right, Aiden? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just have a quorum, right? So we'll call the September 14th, 2022 Transportation Commission meeting to order. Jesse, if you could please read the instructions. Jesse, did you want to do the instructions? Hey, Chris. Jesse, can you hear me okay? Everybody else can hear me. If you can hear me, like wave at me. Okay, that's good. Jesse, are you there? We need the instructions read. We probably have them memorized, so we could probably skip them if everybody's okay with that. Okay, why don't we just go ahead and call the roll, Aiden?
Sure. So Charles Miazzi. Don't believe I see yet. Nope. Barbara Harrington McKinney. Who I don't believe is here yet.
I don't see her on yet either.
Chris McCahill.
Here.
Ann Kovich.
Here.
Denise Jess will be joining us later. Robbie Weber.
Here.
Patricia Bennett.
Here.
Bridget Brown.
Here.
Bill Bremer is excused. Harold Kleems.
Here.
And Darren Wozniewski.
Present.
Okay, so we're down more than 2 people. So at the moment, so Harold, you'll be able to vote all night, and Darren, you'll be able to vote unless everybody except for 2 people come. So we'll sort of keep our eye on that.
Hey, Ann, I'm back. I can read that intro if you'd like me to.
Okay, sure. Right. Go ahead. Thank you.
Welcome to our virtual transportation commission meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members and city staff, if you're able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you're able, please activate your video when you're speaking. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized. Speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. During any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted briefly. Staff click raise hand when you. Staff click raise hand when you're asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which their hands are raised. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the board, please send it to the email listed in today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Jesse. We will now take a look at the minutes. Everybody have a chance to look at the minutes from August 10th? If so, is there a motion? Harold?
Move approval of minutes as submitted.
There's a motion. Chris, is that a second?
Yep.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I just have a question. And since I wasn't in attendance, does that mess things up if I can't vote on them?
No.
Okay. Then I'll abstain from voting.
Okay, so we'll show you as abstaining. Sometimes people watch the videos and then they know what's happening.
Yeah, so. I didn't do that. So
okay, we'll show you as abstaining. Aiden, if you could show Darren as abstaining, that would be great. Anybody else wish to abstain or vote no? Okay, the motion is carried. Do we have any, we had a couple of emails under item 1. Do we have anybody registered for public comment under number 1, Aiden?
We do not, no.
Okay, thank you. Any disclosures or recusals this evening? Hang on, my pen just fell apart. There we go. Any disclosures or recusals this evening? Okay. All right. We'll move on to the consent agenda. We had, I think we set a record this meeting with 8 referrals from the Common Council, all of which we thought were worthwhile to at least propose for the consent agenda. Aiden, do we have any anybody registered to speak on items 2 through 9, which were proposed for the consent agenda?
No, we do not.
Okay. Are there any of the proposed items for the consent agenda that anybody wishes to separate from the consent agenda? Harold?
I would like to request separating items 6 and 8.
Okay. So we'll 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 9, right? Anybody else want anything separated from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing no hands, we'll deal with the consent agenda first and then come back to the others. So what we have proposed for the consent agenda is item 2, Legistar number 73357. Agenda item 3, Legistar, file 73466. Agenda item 4, Legistar 73468. Agenda item 5, Legistar 73470. Item number 7, Legistar 73498. And item number 9, Legistar 73520. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Darren?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Pat?
I second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? I assume not. We'll assume, Pat, your hand is still raised. Is that would assume that was just for the second? Okay, thank you. All right, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote. Unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. Seeing no hands, the motion is carried. Okay, so that leaves us back to item number 6, which is looking at the pet and bike services related to V-Cycle. So, Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, I had 2 questions related to that item. I'm not totally sure who is around to best answer those.
I see Renee and Yang are both on, so.
Wonderful. So my first question is regarding the locations that are mentioned in the contract. What I would like to understand is how set those locations are, both like in the broader sense, like you said, it says Acewood Park, so it's probably going to be somewhere near Acewood Park, but the specifics of where locations are going to be placed, I would like to understand like what flexibility there is and who determines the final placement of the station. The reason why I'm asking is I saw, for example, there's the East Transfer Point on there, and we're going to talk about the bus network redesign later. It is my understanding that there will not be a East Transfer Point anymore. And so you could argue like, well, maybe it should just be on the other side at Woodman's where there's a lot of demand. And then there also seem to be an awful lot of parks locations, and there's nothing necessarily wrong with placing station at parks. But yeah, making sure that the stations are placed where they are most useful, I think, would be helpful, and who is best to determine that. So yeah, maybe somebody can respond to that question first, and then I'll get to the second one.
Yeah, sure. I can answer that question. So those are not, those are kind of general areas, not specific locations. And actually, we were just starting to work on the actual locations today. There's a number of factors and trying to find that location, both where will they be the most useful. Also, this is only funding for the bikes in the station. So we are trying to place them in locations that won't have high additional costs. Since these are kind of, they're adding a lot of costs to the program and are not necessarily right away going to be big on the revenue side. So we're trying to keep the additional costs low. So really, it's just a team at the city along with B-Cycle kind of reviewing the general idea of where they're going to go, looking at some possibilities and trying to find some solutions to the final placements that are going to be valuable locations, but where we're not going to have to spend a ton to build like a platform for the station. So trying to find some that already exist, like some concrete, asphalt, things like that.
Okay, that's very good to hear. And I'm assuming that the language that's in the contract will not pose any difficulties to doing that, because there they are spelled out. So, okay.
Yeah, they're spelled out, but I think, WSDOT knows that that's kind of the generally, we're going to get them in those areas.
Okay, yeah, and I suspect that you put some parks in there because you were sure you could get the right of way and all of that. Good, glad to hear that. The other question that I found maybe a little bit concerning, so that I wanted to have a better understanding, is, in the past we've handled B-Cycle, something that the city doesn't pay any money for. We provide the right of way and all of that, and therefore B-Cycle was left to their own devices in terms of operational standards, like how many bikes must be available. Do they operate year-round or only part of the year, as they do right now? But I feel like now that there is federal transportation alternatives money involved, I noticed that the contract doesn't really seem to have any specific standards to any performance metrics, as in, there's always going to be X number of bikes in circulation in the system. There's an uptime of the system of this percentage, or any other kind of metric. So I was curious if that's something that was considered, or is that going to be a problem for TAP requirements? I know when, for example, you build infrastructure with TAP funding, you can't close it overnight, for example. So, yeah.
So, other systems that don't run year round have not had problems with that fact that they're receiving federal funds. And we did not hear that as an issue from the DOT when we were working through all of the, how this was going to work with the federal funds. There is some stuff about, if the cycle closed down, they wouldn't get to keep those items. Although, if you looked at it closely, they are paying the 20% match. The city is not. So we'd have to work that out. But I think the DOT was kind of comfortable with this based on kind of what's happened in other locations.
And the city is feeling comfortable with, is there going to be good rebalancing? As you said, some of these stations might be a little bit farther outlying. So, once they're empty, people will not have the easy option to just go to one a couple blocks over. So, I feel like we have a bit of an obligation to make sure that those stations are actually useful for our citizens.
Yeah, so we have definitely been working with them, and like everyone else, they have had a lot of staffing issues this year. A lot of people who've come and not stayed, taken other jobs. So they are definitely, focusing in on that. And because of that, their original electric bikes some of them have over 7,500 miles on them already, and are super high maintenance. So, they are grappling with that. It's real. And they do also they know that they need to do a lot of work on people understanding why a system might say it has 2 bikes, and then someone gets there and there's 4 bikes, but 2 of those bikes have problems. So they're not checked, they can't be checked out. So, we're definitely aware and working with them. But, they have a whole bunch of bikes that are waiting for parts, right? They're sitting there, they're ready to be fixed with no parts. So I think, like everyone else, they are struggling with hiring and supply chain. So we definitely continue to work with them on that, and do like to get regular updates from them, because we want to see their performance going back up and be completely reliable, especially with a larger system that they're building out, and knowing that they're going to need to increase staff and other resources. And they are aware of that and are working on, they're also looking for a new, so that they're, have different locations where they're fixing bikes and stuff as well to better have the system operate. So we definitely are aware and are working with them on that.
Okay, that sounds, I think, good to me. You made a good point that, it's 55 additional bikes. So I'm hoping that the language in the contract makes sure that it's 55 additional bikes and not 55 bikes that they're getting, which then may mean there's 55 fewer bikes in the existing fleet because they're aging out, and therefore the total system is not actually growing.
Yep. No, they definitely, they have some orders in for new bikes generally, because of the ridership on some of those bikes is surprisingly how many miles it is already. So they know they have orders in, and I think they are hoping to refresh some, and they hope to get all the parts they need to fix all their bikes that are out of the system right now. So.
Okay, thank you. Those were the questions I had.
Okay, thanks, Harold. So any other questions on item 6? Robbie, go ahead.
Yes. So following up on Harold's point that previously, we weren't putting money into the system. So we sort of accepted what the decisions that B-Cycle was making. And I understand that B-Cycle is actually doing, they're covering the local match, but we are the sponsors for this federal grant. I'm just going to reiterate once again a couple of concerns I have as far as how the stations are placed. I understand that we're trying to get service into neighborhoods that don't have it service right now. But in my opinion, bike sharing works best when there are other stations within a reasonable walk. So in other words, if there is no spaces when you return a bike at the East Transfer Point, where is the closest next station where you can return a bike? Likewise, if you think there's going to be a bike at the East Transfer Point and you get there and there are no bikes, where is the closest next station? Most bike sharing systems have some kind of minimum distance between stations so that people know that they can get to another station if the one they're going to is not operable for one reason or another. So I just want to throw in again that I am concerned that having stations too far apart, especially if they are, say, 2 miles from the closest next station, is not really being of service to those neighborhoods. Because again, if you want to use a B-Cycle, you should be able to walk to it. So the shed that is served by that station is really only maybe a third of a mile, realistically. So the question is, what about the rest of the places in between the stations? How are they being served? And how are people going to be able to use the system as a system if these stations are too far apart? So I know this is a long-term question, but I'm going to bring it up again because I think this is a concern. If we, as the city of Madison, intend this to be part of our transportation system, and not just a fun thing that people can pull out a bike and ride it around once in a while and bring it back to the park again. But if we intend it to be part of the transportation system, it has to be systematic. So if anybody wants to comment on that, That's fine.
Yeah.
Other than that, I'm just throwing that out there. Thank you.
No, I think those are really good comments, and I do think it's a little bit of the chicken and the egg to kind of build that support to get more. Sometimes you have to have the first one or two, and so I think the idea is we can get these and start to build out that network. But if the first one isn't there, it's a little bit harder to bring on the sponsors and things like that they usually are getting to put a lot of these in. And hopefully that this first, kind of trial at going for TAP funds is going to be something that works out really well and can help us build out some of the networks for getting sponsors, even with a few stations starting in a neighborhood aren't enough. So, but I do agree, right? Like you need that full network for them to be reliable.
Okay, thanks. Alder Miazzi, go ahead.
Well, just to elaborate on what my fellow colleague said, I think it's a very valid point to have stations that are close, but just like Renee said too, we talk about equity. I think it's important to actually think about having it in neighborhoods that are underserved, because I hear that they're coming to the north side, which is huge. And that's, we will have other other places. I think there's another one at Goodman's Center. I know that might be a little bit of a hike, but it's important, like Renee said, to actually start thinking about expanding it to other places of the city that doesn't have it at the moment, but actually starting to actually see other places that are underserved, that don't have it, should definitely have that point to actually even have it, even if they have it for while we're figuring things out. I think just the access to have it and to know that is huge. So I definitely pushing for it to still go forth. And I definitely agree with my colleague. We definitely need to figure out some other things, or even just letting the public know that the next place to drop it off is whether it might be in the Goodman Center or so forth. But just having information out there and having it, period, is huge. So I hope this push forth, and hopefully that's not a hinder. Thank you.
Okay, other comments on item 6? Do we have a motion? Harold?
I move approval.
Is there a second? Alder Miazzi, your hand is up. Is that for a second?
Yes, second.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All great points. And Renee, I know you're all right on top of all of that. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no hands, that motion is carried. Okay, we will move on to item 8. And I'm assuming is that you, Yang, then?
It probably be Mark, but I'll help.
Okay. We did have a couple of emails that everybody should have seen that we got from folks. It indicated we didn't have anybody registered to speak, but a couple of people did take time to send in comments. Do you want to just go right to questions, Harold? Go ahead.
Yeah, that would work for me. I mean, I just have specific questions. I don't need to be walked through the whole project. So, Okay. After seeing the comments and seeing the agenda item myself, my question was, so this is a specific funding mechanisms, safety highway improvement program, whatever it's called. It sounded like WISDOT may be involved with the design or may need to sign off, and looking at some of the proposed improvements, they really sounded like highway improvements, and I know many things are highways, but I mean, this is such a key intersection that we have talked about here in the past when we, the changes to Odana on the one end, where we have created these great buffered bike infrastructure. On the other end of Odana that's coming, there's the whole redevelopment at the corner there. And so I just wanted to have an understanding who is going to be driving the design and how can we make sure that this is not going to be a very car-centric safety improvement where we built, monotube lighting and highway-style signage, but rather also make sure that we make sure pedestrian safety is improved, that we make sure that bike connectivity is happening, and that actually WSDOT, who it sounds like need to sign off, actually do sign off whatever the city would be proposing here. And maybe in addition, like if there are limitations on what this pot of money can be used for, does the city have the ability to also do their own improvements as part of that project? This was a very long-winded question, so I hope that was clear.
Go ahead, Mark.
Sure. So so we haven't. So right now we're just asking to for the mayor to sign the agreement, and the design phase is going to come in the future. So for now, and the whole the way this project got selected, it was from a list of our top high crash frequency intersections, and then it was the proposal was to address the crashes and reduce the crashes and the severity of the crashes. So this project really addresses the like kind of what you're saying, the traffic part of it. It's not, but it's to improve and reduce crashes, but not necessarily include all the transportation plans that the city has at this time. So what we plan to do, so it's going to put the monotube signals in. It's going to put backplates on them. It's going to high intensity or enhanced crosswalks and extra lighting. So it's addressing specific issues that showed up in the crash analysis. And we will work with WSDOT. It's actual federal money that funnels through WSDOT. They're the design program manager. And there are some things we can do in the design to facilitate future changes. So we can make sure that the signals go in a place that lets us maybe add bike signals or do some kind of future change with the street. But that'll all be worked out when we start the design phase with the consultant and WSDOT.
Did that answer your question, Harold?
I think there was more.
No, I mean, I think it roughly does answer my question and maybe reinforces some of my concerns where, like, yeah, we get money that's for a specific purpose. If that money didn't exist and the city were to redesign the intersection, then we would probably do it differently. And so it sounds like the best we can do is, like, yeah, make sure, like, one example for our slip lanes. I mean, WSDOT, I'm sure, loves the slip lane because actually for car crashes, it might be a safety improvement. On the other hand, it makes crossing as a pedestrian more difficult. It prevents protected intersection for people biking. And so that's kind of the concern that I have where, I mean, yeah, it's you were awarded 1.2 million or however much it was for safety, which in principle is good, but there does seem to be that conflict there, and I'm not sure how to best address that.
Well, we've had pretty good luck working with WSDOT in the recent years, and they're not necessarily, when you're on the highways, yes, they may be a little more highway oriented, but when we're working with them on local roads, and we can convince them that this does meet the, it's going to improve the intersection safety, but yet it might take a lane away or it might reduce a lane width. They pretty much can agree as long as we show them the evidence that, yeah, this is a step forward.
Yang, did you have other comments in that regard?
Yeah, I do want to say that Harold brought up a really good point. That this is a traditionally heavy orange the program, right? But those are funds available, and we do have concerns on that as well. But I think the Mark's point is that this is the pot of money that we can use to address some of the concerns, but not going to address all the things we want to do. We will use the money to do things we can do with WeStart, but we'll also make improvements to address our priorities for pedestrians, bicyclists. So if we don't accept the money, we're going to lose the opportunity to make other improvements. But we can assure you that we'll not stop here. There is a lot of things we want to do here, and this really gets us a little bit done. In the future, we probably want to focus on other components that city prioritize more. So do we think that we can do everything we want with through this grant? Probably no, but I think still will helpful to us, save us lots of funds, so we can do something that we actually can do on our own. But I also want to second Mark's point. We do think WeStart is getting a lot better working with us, listening to our inputs. I think especially for I believe for projects like this, for this one, our inputs will be seriously considered by them. And I think we also have some control on the design consultant. So we will make sure everything is done in a way that sets up for our future improvements. For the pedal bike component, not letting anything stand in the way. For example, like putting as Mark said, putting a signal pole right in the middle of the future bike lane, for example. So we'll not allow that happen. But I do think Harold brought a very good point, and we'll definitely keep that in mind as we work with DOT on the project.
Thank you. And yeah, maybe part of my concern is that I have had email exchanges. I've seen email exchanges just down the road on Whitney Way, where the double off ramp from the Beltline is, where there's that the West Beltline path crossing, where WeStart did not seem to be very receptive to pedestrian safety concerns. I think Renee is well familiar with those email exchanges. So I guess that's partly, that's maybe closer to a highway where they feel differently, but yeah, I still have some concerns, but I appreciate your feedback, and yeah, sounds like at least it's hopefully not going to make things worse. Thanks.
Hey, thanks, Harold. Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, I do know that this pot of money in the past has actually been used for pedestrian and bicycle improvements where there was a demonstrated track record of crashes. And so I'm wondering what our track record for pedestrian and bike crashes is at this intersection. I'm almost hesitant to ask, because one way to make sure that there's no bike and pedestrian crashes is that it's such a bad intersection that nobody uses it as a pedestrian or a bicyclist, so there's no crashes, which I think we are approaching with this intersection. But I do know that it is possible to use this money for improving things for non-motorized transportation if there are demonstrated crashes. And also, I do want to just make sure that it's not going to make things worse if we facilitate high-speed turns. That is going to make it worse. And we want to make sure that safety includes people who are not in cars. So this is absolutely one of the key intersections that is missing, that makes our bicycle, especially our bicycle network, really disconnected. And there is redevelopment in this area. There's going to be more redevelopment in the area. There's going to be more pedestrians. There's probably going to be more bicyclists. And we have to start thinking about how to make sure it's safe for everyone. And I think the letters we received demonstrate how bad it is right now. So I just hope that this does not make it any worse, and that we can use it to in some way make it safe for all users. So
maybe maybe Mark probably has better knowledge on specific crash data. How much pedal bike crashes we have here. But I think we definitely will not make it worse. And Robbie is correct that we actually did use the money from program for pedal bike improvements. For example, the same grant we got for John Drive, and the Wilson John Drive intersection, the Blair, that that very difficult intersection. So we have demonstrated problems involving especially bicyclists. So we use the money to do some safety improvements over there. And but this program is they do like the past crash history that play a very big role in our decision to allocating funding. And Mark may have more data on that, but from my knowledge, we don't have a whole lot of pedal bike crash for here. But maybe that's not because it's good. It's because maybe people not the one is using it. But right now, we are making improvements there. As Harold mentioned, that we added buffer bike lanes on that road last year, and we have a plan to build some prototype bike lanes on the other side of that road. So this is one area that we really want to improve, and we also build some buffer bike lanes on Weighted Way north from here. So eventually we really want to improve the accommodations, but I think we'll need to get there step by step. So I think we'll take advantage of any opportunity we have. So for this one, it's primarily used for, it's not used for capacity increase. It's not going to be used for, moving vehicles through here faster. It's used for, safety improvements. I guess primarily for motor vehicle traffic that increase signal visibility, for example. But we're also building some small pedestrian improvements in there for the high visibility crosswalks. So I'll stop there, and I think maybe Mark and Renee has something to add as well.
Yeah. So this was based on the crashes from 2015 to 2019, and in that time frame there were 2 ped crashes and 1 was fatal. The one ped crash, the injury ped crash, was on the south leg on the west side in the crosswalk, and the fatal was on the eastbound leg, eastbound Odana, crossing mid-block, a couple hundred feet past east of Whitney Way. And that's and 0 bike crashes, but I don't think there's that much bike activity out here. Probably more ped activity. And several rear ends. There was rear ends at every leg, and that's where the improvements were focusing on, trying to reduce the most of the crashes, which the over the lane signals, and then the reflective back plates, and then that's what got a lot of points to reduce the crashes here. Is that's the those factors which influenced the award, and then And of course, we are widening the north median quite a bit. So crossing Whitney on the north side is going to be about a 10, 12-foot island up there. And we're also going to widen the east side, the Odana Island, a little bit, and for ped improvements. And there's lighting also. Though fatality occurred at night, so there's some proposed lighting changes at this intersection to address that.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Darren, go ahead.
Yeah, Mark, you had mentioned that WSDOT had been open in the past to some suggested changes. And can you provide any examples to assuage my strong, deep concerns about this grant and working with WSDOT in this intersection?
Did you repeat that again?
You had said that WSDOT was open in the past to making some changes under the suggestion that the city of Madison that might be something they might not do. I'm just asking if you could name some of that or explain what they were.
Well, being that kind of a controversial thing that WSDOT was kind of opposed or had concerns with, that we convinced them that it'll work.
Yeah, and something that would lean more towards safety of people walking or on bicycles or rolling versus people operating automobiles.
Oh, last year we have an issue on Milwaukee Street over the interstate bridges. So Milwaukee Street from Thompson over towards Sprecher Road. The Milwaukee Street goes over the interstate, and I think we have two 11-foot lanes and then 6-foot bike lanes, and there's no sidewalk on the bridges. So we have experienced and got some complaints about pedestrians in the streets crossing on Milwaukee Street, going back and forth. And those are WSDOT bridges, and we proposed to shift the travel lanes to one side of the road in the area of the bridges, and create a ped space on the north side or south side of the bridge. And originally WSDOT was not impressed with that. They had many concerns. They said the law states the peds have to walk facing traffic wherever they go, and we're forcing peds to walk with traffic on one side of the road. But we drew up a plan and talked to them and had a couple meetings and adjusted our plan a little bit to address their concerns. And then they finally agreed. They said, well, yeah, this may be an improvement, and we'll give you our approval to move ahead with it. So even though it's our road, it's their bridges, and we had to get their approval to do that over the bridge. But that's the most recent example that I can mention.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Darren. Bridget, go ahead.
Yeah, and just to that point, if I recall correctly, the contraflow bike lanes on University Ave are a pretty good example of that. And one suggestion, of course, that I guess I always use in situations like that is requesting to WSDOT that they include their bike ped staff in their design work up front, and that they serve on the project team for WSDOT. And, for better or worse, that isn't something that WSDOT always does. And so you do have to request it, but it can be of help and sort of puts another person with a bike ped perspective on your side, but someone who is within the WSDOT structure.
Thanks, Bridget. Great idea. Yang, go ahead.
Yeah, honestly, that's a great idea. We'll definitely do that. And I mean, Sometimes we had even to persuade their pet person, for example, the Milwaukee Bridge example that Mark just mentioned, but we were able to do it. So we have a track record. And, another, example I want to give, that's very familiar to everyone. For example, the speed reduction on East Washington Avenue, right? Before I remember that if we do things like this, they'll be very concerned, and they will, ask us to, show them speed study, and so they generally, have very big concerns on that. But I think through our Vision Zero work, getting them on our stakeholder task force, they have been involved in some of the decisions, and they know, what they're trying to do, what they're getting at. So really, they really haven't give us a lot of difficulties, for speed reduction on East Washington Avenue. And we all know that's definitely, very helpful. So I think, we'll think about all the ways we can, get the pet person involved, and, work with, we start for on this project, and, make the project, really set up for a future for us to do further pet bike improvements. As Mark mentioned that, I think, the lighting component actually will really benefit, pedestrian visibility at night. So we feel like, this is, not the project that will call the end of the day, but will get us, somewhere, and will definitely continue to improve it in the future.
Okay, thanks, Yang. Bridget, did you have anything else?
Nope, sorry about that.
Okay. Other comments? Don't see any hands. Is anyone willing to make a motion to approve this? Sounds like we've identified some good safety improvements that we can use this money for, and Yang and Mark and others and Renee are going to work very hard to make sure that it doesn't object or doesn't conflict with anything else we might want to do in the future. Bridget?
Yeah, move approval of the proposal.
There's a motion. Alder Miazzi, is that a second?
Yes.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Bridget, did you want to make a comment? Your hand is up.
Yeah, no, the only thing I guess I would just say, in addition to not conflicting, I think we'd also like to, I guess I would like to encourage the city to look at improvements, highway improvements that wouldn't preclude bike ped improvements. So there are some, whether it's taking up, right away that might be needed later, other kinds of improvements, just not only not contradicting, but also doing everyone's best to not preclude future improvements for bike ped.
Yep. That was my intention, perhaps not as well worded as it could have been. Okay, other comments? Okay, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. Darren?
If my vote counts, I'd vote no.
At this point, we're missing Alder Harrington McKinney and Denise and Bill, correct, Aiden?
Correct.
Okay, so your vote does count. So we're showing Darren as voting no. Did you wish a roll call vote, Darren?
No, that's not necessary.
Did anybody else wish to vote no or abstain or wish a roll call vote? Okay, so the motion is carried with Darren voting no. Okay, so now we move on to item 10. Aaron, I believe you're doing Hammersley, and we do have a registrant, I understand, on this one, but our pattern would be to give the presentation from staff first, hear from the public, and then have discussion. So Aaron, why don't you go ahead?
Alrighty, I'm going to share my screen. You can see my screen okay?
Yes.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Aaron Canton. I'm with the Streets section in Engineering, Streets and Paths. And today I'll be presenting on the Hammersley Road Phase 2 project. You had previously seen and approved the Phase 1 portion of this, so it should be pretty familiar. Just to recap, the reconstruction or kind of partial reconstruction resurfacing of Hammersley Road Phase 1 already gone through approval and is set for construction in 2023. This stretch goes from Brookwood Road to Gilbert Road, shown in red here. That project was at first going to be a 22 project, but was delayed to next year. So that will be starting construction next spring. And then the Phase 2 portion, what we're looking at today, will be a 2024 project. Too big to do it all in one, so we're staggering the two phases. And this phase will go from Gilbert Road to the West Beltline Frontage Road. And so, as many of you are probably familiar, the general concept for redesigning Hammersley Road, just kind of recap that. So the existing cross-section shown here for Hammersley from Whitney to Beltline. So this is more or less the existing cross-section throughout the whole Phase 2 portion. There's travel lane both direction, bike lane both direction, and parking on the north side only. No continuous sidewalk on either side. Hammersley over this stretch is identified in the 2018 Madison Comprehensive Plan as having high priority sidewalk need. And because of the landscape out there, lots of mature trees behind the curb and difficult grading, it would be tricky to do much behind the existing curb line. So we're looking to keep our changes within the existing face-to-face street footprint. And so the overall proposed cross-section over this phase, Phase 2, would be to narrow the street, bringing in the north side curb. So the street would be just 2 travel lanes, 24 face-to-face, removing the on-street bike lanes and on-street parking, and then constructing an off-street shared use path on the north side. Over all of Phase 2, it would be a standard 10 feet asphalt path with a consistent 5-foot grass terrace. So that is the proposed cross-section. Here's generally the proposed layout for Phase 2. Go over this and then look at some specific areas on future pages. So Phase 2, the cutoff will be just west of Gilbert Road intersection. General concept, reconstructing the street, narrowing the street, building the off-street shared use path. It would be a side path running parallel to the road and would have residential driveway crossings. So we would blend in the path to those driveways and then construct new driveway aprons between the path and the curb. So at the Gilbert Road intersection, we're proposing a raised crossing through that intersection, a more higher volume, higher speed intersection. So a good place for a raised crossing here. Also works well grade wise. A little more detail on that future slide. And then point out as we continue to the west, a couple other path crossings. One here, path doesn't cross it, but to the south, there's Luan Drive. So adding a curb ramp here to provide pedestrian access to Luan. No sidewalks on Luan, but this sets us up if they're built in the future and at least creates a good pedestrian access to the path here. And then some smaller street crossings of lower volume streets at Loreth Terrace and Whitcomb Drive, shown here as regular at-grade crossings, not proposing tabletop crossings here. And then this path would continue and connect to the West Beltline Frontage Road, and then the path itself would connect nicely into the Southwest Path, north and south. So would be a really good regional connection to this area on the Southwest Path, be able to get to downtown Madison or the bike roundabout to the south, and look at this in some more detail on a future slide. So that's a general overview for Phase 2. Here is a zoomed in look at the Gilbert Road raised crossing. You can see offsetting the path here slightly to the north away from the Hammersley travel lanes. There's a large oak tree here with a big root base and prevents us from shifting any further north in that offset. So a small offset from Hammersley, but still something to provide a little bit more room for those right turning vehicles off Hammersley to yield to people crossing on the path. And then as it's a raised intersection and kind of a tight geometry here, you can see the curb ramps crossing north and south. Those crossings would line up with sort of the opening, you could say, of the raised crossing here. So a little bit unusual, but this is kind of what we've looked at as the best option here. A little bit of kind of extra concrete to make sure that is a smooth, continuous crossing north-south. And then, yep, this is where the phase 1 to phase 2 cutoff is, just west of Gilbert Road. And then this is the connection to the West Beltline Frontage Road on the western end of the project. So I'll mention that there's metro routes today on Hammersley Road, but with the redesign, metro buses are pretty much entirely being pulled off of Hammersley over this stretch, except for this section from Reitz to the Beltline Frontage Road. So this block here will include regular metro routes. So we need the street to be wide enough and the turns to be wide enough to accommodate those buses. So starting with the path, it would kind of come in, staying on that north side, shifting to the north a little bit. There is some sidewalk here in front of Pacific Cycle. So we're proposing to reconstruct, or basically remove that sidewalk and replace it with the shared use path for bikes and peds. That would connect to the southwest path here, blend that in, as well as at this opening. So multiple options to continue north or south on the southwest path. Putting the path here, replacing the sidewalk with the widened path requires some smaller tree removals, as well as some larger utility items to be replaced. And then there would also be some commercial driveway crossings into Pacific Cycle. And then looking at the travel lanes here, looking at a 11-foot westbound travel lane and a 10-foot eastbound travel lane. And then as well, from Reitz to the Beltline, a 6-foot eastbound bike lane only in that eastbound direction, not the westbound, as the path is on the north side for westbound bikers there. So this eastbound bike lane provides a little bit more street width, helps, it's difficult when we have a very narrow street at intersections and we need to accommodate those larger bus turns. So having a bit wider street makes it easier to accommodate those turning vehicles. So that's one thing. And then any bikers coming up from Reitz would be able to turn right and continue on that eastbound bike lane, either to the southwest path of the Beltline Frontage Road, rather than if that bike lane wasn't there, they'd have to cross to the north to the path and then cross again if they wanted to continue east. So including that 6-foot eastbound bike lane on the south side there, and then also looking at reconstructing the south side curb line here. Now this to be able to fill some sidewalk gaps on this stretch. Right now there's only sidewalk in front of this driveway and then gaps here where it's shown proposed. There's some larger trees and difficult grading that would make it hard to align the sidewalk with the right of way as that existing is. So bumping out the curb here creates a bit more space to fit in that sidewalk, maintaining trees, making it work with grades. And then we would have continuous sidewalk from the Beltline Frontage Road to Reitz. We would also be removing, there's a mid-block crossing here and an island. That mid-block crossing is there largely because there's not continuous sidewalk on that south side. But if we have continuous sidewalk, we can remove that and then have crossings at the intersections, as is more typical. In this being a bus route, further need for sidewalks or some sort of pedestrian facility on both sides. And then at the southwest path crossing of Hammersley, we are proposing a potential raised crossing here. We still need to confirm this with various city departments, mainly Metro, as they will have bus routes here. But I think as long as we make the speed hump not too humpy for the buses, we can get in a raised crossing here. And sounds like that should be able to fit with Metro. We'll just need to kind of coordinate with them, but that will help improve a pretty busy crossing of the southwest path. And then also with the curb realignment, that also narrows the crossing as well. And then in terms of on-street bike lanes on West Beltline Frontage Road, that eastbound bike lane picks up at Reitz, would just kind of continue more or less as today. And then the westbound bike lane would have a slip lane ramp to get onto the southwest path, creating a little bit easier of a maneuver rather than having to go up the raised crossing and make a harder turn. This allows you to get onto the path and continue on the Hammersley path to the west or the southwest path to the north. That covers most of the design elements. Otherwise, I have some streetlight data for the whole stretch of Hammersley from both phases, from Brookwood to the Beltline, showing average daily traffic. It's a collector street, fairly high volumes, especially for unprotected bike lanes, and then average speeds averaging, around 20, 25 miles an hour, but decent percentages of speeding above 30 and 40 miles an hour. And then we also did a parking, a parking study over that whole stretch. This was this past January, fairly low parking counts on the whole stretch, weekday parking and weekend parking. So that pretty much sums up this project. I can be available for any questions.
Hey, comments or questions? Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for walking us through here. It's exciting to see the continuation of the other project, and it seems like really we found like an overall concept for the whole stretch. I guess I have two main questions or comments. So you said Gilbert Street, you're thinking of having the at-grade continuation of the path. And actually, yeah, let me maybe start with that. It seems like the turn radii on this corner, like some of them seem pretty wide, whereas other ones seem more narrow.
Yep. So you kind of can see a little bit of like some extra flares, especially on the right turns. So since Hammersley is narrowing to just a 24 face to face, 20 edge of pavement to edge of pavement is fairly narrow for larger vehicles, and we want to make sure that we can still accommodate buses. School buses will still be using these routes, and we want to be able to make sure that it works for those buses. So kind of a common thing we'll have to look at with any sort of street narrowing is making sure that those turns work. I think it might, not sure exactly what the radius is. I can follow up on that. I think it might look a little distortedly big because, it's certainly going to be a lot less pavement and a lot shorter crossings than what's there today for that north-south.
Okay. And this is a four-way stop and will remain a four-way stop, right?
Yep, correct.
Yeah, so that maybe, alleviates some of my concerns. Like, I mean, even if the turn radius allows you to turn quick, there's still the stop sign. So, okay. So I guess what I was going to say, so you're going to have the raised crossing here, but you proposed for the other two crossings to not do that. I guess I don't really understand why that is.
Yep, so proposing just regular at-grade crossings at Loreth and Whitcomb. So, doing the raised crossings does require quite a bit more concrete, quite a bit more storm sewer to make sure that it works drainage wise. It worked well at Whitcomb based on just kind of the grade of the street, somewhat of a high point here on Hammersley, and it's a more major street crossing. So that we thought of as the priority. And there's, this project has already expanded beyond its initial scope, I would say. So we're always, looking at how much, it would cost to make any of these improvements. So we kind of identified the areas where we thought it would be most valuable. And then I think the Southwest Path Crossing is also a good place for it, but certainly seeking the commission's feedback on raised crossings elsewhere.
So just to be sure, like the main concern is cost. You could do it, but yeah. Okay.
Correct. Cost and somewhat of ease of fitting it in.
Okay, good. Maybe I'll leave that as it is and then maybe comment on that later. Can you go over to the Southwest Path section? Thank you. Yeah, I think that all looks good to me. As I often point out, making sure that the transitions work smoothly. I don't know if that you heard that in public meetings, but right now, people who are southbound on the Southwest Path, they come down the overpass, do half the loop, and then take the shortcut through the parking lot to avoid having to make the sharp right turn onto Hammersley. And so accommodating people people come down the ramp at speed and transition into the path. And I mean, you don't want to have them go too fast. But yeah, keeping in mind that apparently right now it's more convenient to go like past the bubbler there and go through the parking lot. And so accommodating that is important. And the other transition then is coming on from the frontage road and taking that little, as we call it, slip lane onto the path. Yeah, just making sure that the angles there are good. Sometimes I find like before you get to roundabouts, for example, where you have those tend to be narrow or there's curbs in awkward places, and also thinking about making sure that they work well for snow removal. I think that is important. And then the other question, I mean, is there any longer term plans with the frontage road? I mean, yeah, that has painted bike lanes and then it gets to the nice underpass, but yeah, in between, it's not a great experience. Is there any thought about eventually continuing a shared use path on one side or the other? And if so, making sure that whatever you're proposing here would fit well into a future project.
Yeah,
So-
Aaron, you want me to
oh.
jump in?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think, there is the potential. We've been focused a little bit on the more western end and the connection to the path there, but I think whenever it comes to a frontage road, that's somewhere where we'd like to make some improvements because we know that those are not hospitable environments for walking or biking. So, I think we're interested in seeing how we can connect this in better to more of an all ages and abilities system. But I wouldn't say that we don't have a project currently, but it definitely was on our radar as soon as we started talking about having a shared use path.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I feel like by virtue of the path being on the north side, I mean, if you can continue that on the north side of the frontage road, that would be perfect because you have no driveways, you don't have intersections, and that would get you all the way to the underpass. So if that ever were to happen, I think the design would be well compatible with that. Okay, those were the questions I had. Thank you.
Aiden, I think we have a registrant to speak on this item, do we not?
We do.
Why don't we go ahead and have that now?
So
Harold, you were done, were you not? Thanks.
it is David Dyer of Hammersley Road, Madison, opposes and wishes to speak. I'm not sure if I see them in the list right now, though.
Sure, there's no person in attendance by that name.
Okay, so I guess we don't have anybody rich. They signed up, but it sounds like they didn't come. Any other comments or questions for Aaron or Renee? Okay, Aaron and Renee, it looks like you've gotten all the feedback that you needed from us. Was there anything else that you needed, Aaron?
No, I don't believe so. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Move on to item 11, which is, am I saying it right? Omeda Drive. Andy, are you doing that one, Andy?
Yes, I am. That's correct.
Okay.
All right. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'm Andy Zwig. I'm a project engineer in the streets and paths section. So today I want to talk about Omeda Drive. I'm seeking the committee's input for adding bike lanes to Omeda Drive. This is a unique street. So just to kind of show you where we are, we're on the far east side. Here's the interstate and Beltline interchange. Zoom in. Omeda Drive is off of Femright Drive. It's right here. It was called a dead-end street. Up until recently, Omeda Drive, we'll call it, was mostly a driveway that fed the GE healthcare facility. But let me go to my next exhibit. So there's current GE sold off portions of their property for redevelopment. So this is what you're seeing here. So this phase one right here, north is to your right. I know my north there, I was incorrect on the top right corner. North is to your right. Here's the interstate. Here's Femright. Here's Omeda. So this new development that currently just started construction. Phase two and phase three here are going to be in the coming years, and then there'll be a new pond here that will also be built kind of with phase one. Yeah,
Andy, I think we're still seeing your Google Maps.
Yeah, we are still seeing Google Maps.
Well, that was. All right. Okay, so talking about this exhibit. So here's just my overview of Omeda. So here's the interstate. Here's Femright. Here's Omeda. North is to your right. The north arrow is incorrect on the page. So GE sold some of their property off for redevelopment. Phase one is currently just started construction. Phase two and phase three in the coming years, and the pond will also kind of be coming up next year. So as part of this replat of the GE facility, Omeda Drive, the entire Omeda Drive became right-of-way, public street. So I kind of look at Omeda as blocks. So you have block one to GE's first driveway, block two to GE's second driveway, block three, and then block four. So originally, just block one was a street. The rest was a driveway. It is now an entire street, and we're proposing to reconstruct it. With these new developments, we need to put sanitary sewer in, water main in on Omeda to serve these new developments. Street lighting. So currently, Omeda is rural or urban for the first block and rural for the remaining portion of the street. So with this, the developer requested that the entire street be rural. So that means we'd have a section that go from urban to rural. That's unusual. And then the remaining street would remain rural. So let me just show you the typical section. No, that was right. So the typical section, can you see the typical section?
Yes.
Okay. So the typical section, this would be the upper one is the first block. I'm calling this a proposed typical, even though they wanted it to go rural. It's not working from a design standpoint because we're still putting sidewalk in along the entire west side of the property. Now I closed it by accident. Sorry. Yep, so we're still proposing sidewalk along the entire west side or to the cul-de-sac. We're not going to reconstruct the fourth block. But the first typical would just be for the first block, and we'd have a ditch on the east side. So the remaining next two blocks, this is what the typical could be. Sidewalk with a ditch between the street and the street and the sidewalk, and then the east side. It just kind of slopes off into the existing farm. Well, to continue, just a few more notes here. So I'm going to zoom in on the north side. So one big thing, there's this easement right here. So this easement is worth noting to the committee that it's a future path easement. So let me unshare and go back to the Google map. So that future easement is a future path connection to the future Cap City kind of connection to the Glacial Drumlin Trail, which, is a whole nother conversation. But here's Omeda down here. That easement goes up through the woods here and to the railroad. So, eventually the Cap City path will come to the interstate, and then the county will continue that path to Cottage Grove for the ultimate trail connection. And then there's an easement down to Omeda Drive. So that all of that work is pretty far out, not really planned. I think in the next 5 years, especially the county's portion, but just was worth noting. Let me go back to I can entertain questions. I have a few more things.
Let me just double check. Aiden, we don't have anybody registered to speak on this, do we?
No, we do not.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Andy and or comments with regard to your question about bike lanes? Harold?
Yeah, I guess until you got the end of your presentation, I was like, oh, well, this is going to be some stub-end street, which I guess probably bike lanes are fine. And then you mentioned the path connection. And that was just at a Dane County meeting today where they talked about, they seem more optimistic than usual about closing that gap up there. So I guess that does then raise for me the question. You will have a nice path until you get there. Is it possible to have a multi-use path on one side that goes down to Femrite?
So that's why I'm here, because if the committee recommends something, that changes the typical significantly. So, the development requested all rural. If we go to urban in either a path or we were thinking more of a bike lane than a path. That changes the typical significantly. I can't have ditches on the west side. I'd have to go all urban on the west side. I'd have to go 5-foot bike, 11-foot lane, 5-foot bike lane, 2-foot gutter, and then terrace to the sidewalk. So that it's, I guess, certainly an option. I guess that's why I'm here. It just changes the design significantly. So I wanted to, before I've gotten too far on the design and the construction plans, just wanted to kind of talk it out and entertain questions.
Jim, did you have before you go on, Harold, Jim, did you have something to add on that point?
Yeah, and just kind of another thought in relation to multi-use path and bike lanes on Omeda, that if we've got a dead-end street with a path coming into it, that transitions a little bit better for bikes going either direction on Omeda, because I would be kind of coming in at the end of the dead-end street. Or if we take it up to Femrite, it becomes a little bit more awkward of a transition for getting onto the bike lanes on Femrite Drive then too.
If Femrite has a 4-foot paved shoulder.
Excuse me 1 second. Denise just joined the meeting. Jesse, could you promote her to panelist, please?
It's also worth noting that if we did put a path in, we'd have to maintain it. We'd have to plow it also.
Thanks, Jesse.
Yeah, and I guess maybe in line with the question, so you say it's going to be redeveloped into what? Is it going to be residential multi-use or industrial employment again?
Nope, it's residential multi-use. We got driveways on Femrite and then new driveways onto Omeda.
So most people would access the new development on Omeda, or?
Phase 1, no, all of Femrite. Okay. Phase 2 and 3, phase 2, partial Femrite, partial Omeda. Phase 3, all Omeda. But yeah, to answer your question, residential, dense residential development.
And on the other side of Omeda, is that planned development or?
Good question. So there's no planned development right now. It was replatted into smaller lots within the last 10 years. That's about all I know on the east side. Okay. So, sorry, Sean, you can chime in and tell the committee that.
Go ahead, Sean.
I don't want to cut you off there. I just want to clarify that there's no residential proposed with these developments. These are all light industrial developments. There's no residential component.
Sorry to the committee that I was incorrect.
Okay, well, that's good to know, because I mean, that's the other thing I'm wondering about. Is there going to be a bunch of truck traffic which changes? I mean, might change the volume, changes the adequacy of painted bike lane versus other kinds of infrastructure. So that's good to know.
It's also worth noting that another long-term planning thought would be a connection somewhere at the end of Omeda that goes to Meyer Road, that crosses this farm field that has been discussed at some point in the future, maybe when this redevelops. There are a lot of challenges to that as far as engineering and grades going through this farm field, but I guess it's worth noting too that it potentially might not be a dead end forever.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Robbie, go ahead.
Well, speaking of connection to Meyer Road, on Google Maps, it appears that there is some sort of a dirt track, which is maybe a right-of-way, because Google Maps actually has it marked as Meyer Road, that diagonal line through the field, right where the 22 is. That is marked as Meyer Road on Google Maps.
Yeah, I do see that on Google Maps, and I would say that currently there is a we'll call that first block. I'm looking at it and you're not seeing it.
It looks like, honestly, it looks.
I would call that a field entrance right now.
Yeah, if you go on to Street View on either end, it looks like about 3 feet wide or 4 feet wide dirt track.
Yes.
But I am wondering, I guess the bigger question is, I don't know where the city of Madison ends and whether there will be development to the east of this in the future, because I'm a big fan of planning. If we're building a road, we might as well build it like we expect there to be something there 20 years from now, because otherwise, if we suddenly get a bunch of development over in those farm fields and there's a bunch of traffic and we don't have bike lanes or we don't have sidewalks or what have you, we're going to be in adding sidewalks or adding a bike lane is suddenly going to become a big issue. I don't know. People lose their minds when you want to put sidewalks in all of a sudden. So I guess my question is, where is the city of Madison end? And what's the possibility that we're going to need some of these connections and that we're going to need better pedestrian bicycle infrastructure the entire length of Omeda, say in 20 years? Because if we're building it now, we might as well build it right.
Yep. So the entire east side of Omeda to Meyer is city of Madison property. Farther down, not entirely sure. I'm just on GT Viewer right now, seeing what properties are east of Meyer are there, but just to Meyer they are. Long-term plan, you said. Those are great questions. I don't have the full plan of that. I know that nothing else besides this development right now is planned within 5 years. I mean, that path connection from Omeda to the railroad, it's 10 to 20 years out, as some conversations we've had.
You had then, Robbie?
I guess, as they say in politics, I'm just asking questions.
Sure. I see Jim's hand is up. Did you have some answers to those questions, Jim?
No, I've got kind of a non-answer, but I was just looking around. It doesn't even look like we have a neighborhood plan for this part of the city yet either. So I'm not sure if anyone, including planning, has a great vision for how this is all going to build out just yet either.
Okay, so we all have lots of questions. Darren, you're next.
And I'll add one more question. I'm just curious about the right of way leading up to the railroad. If anybody has any ideas on why that was secured there to connect, if it seems so far out of the way.
So that right now on GT Viewer is marked as like a sanitary sewer easement, and a bike ped easement. So again, that's about all I know. I guess I didn't ask any further questions on, I guess, why it was there, how long it's been there, either.
We're sending you away with lots of questions, Andy.
Understandable. Yeah. No, this is a unique one.
Yeah.
That I wanted to talk to the community about.
Sure. Other comments or questions, Darren?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe I can help, maybe not providing answers exactly, but I have the distinct memory that this area was under discussion at TPPB a couple years ago, and I think it was about vacating right-of-ways, and maybe it was Old Meyer Road or something, and I don't know if, Chris, you remember any of that, but it might be just worth going back to that. I remember that being a relatively long discussion, and maybe I'm wrong, but I have some recollection that, yeah, there were exactly these questions, like what kind of development is there going to be, what are going to be the connections, so maybe we can learn something from past discussions there.
Any recollection about that, Chris? I don't remember that particular discussion myself.
Yeah, it was TPPB to be sure, not TC.
No, I know, but I oftentimes listen to TPPB, but I don't remember that one. Okay, that adds to resources for you to go check. Robbie, go ahead.
I guess my only other comment is, I think the city needs to start thinking about where the north-south connection is going to be, that's going to be east of the interstate, especially with the Glacial Drumlin Trail / Capital City Trail connection eventually going in. I think there's going to be a need for a full north-south connection. And I know that the railroad is a bit of a barrier there, but, we might have development north of the railroad, might have development south of the railroad, but definitely there's something is going to happen at some point east of the interstate. And I think we have to start thinking about where we're going to be putting our low-speed preferred bicycle pedestrian connection that is not going to be a major road. So I think sometimes when we're out in these rural areas or these new developments, those things are an afterthought, and we put bike lanes on roads that become extremely busy. But maybe we should be thinking about where is the logical place to put a low-speed road that maybe we have diverters on it, we make it a bike boulevard, we just do some path connection between blocks, something like that, so that we have a connection that is not full of high speed, high volume traffic. That's all.
Sean, did you have a comment about that?
Yes. So I was digging. Sorry for the delay. So this is part of the Yahara Hills neighborhood plan, which was adopted in 2017. So I guess I'll share the picture, or you're seeing the PDF, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, good. So this was the ped bike facilities map that went with the neighborhood plan. So I guess blue is proposed bicycle lane, red is a proposed shared use path, green is existing. So with that, I guess I'll kind of zoom in on the area. So this right here is Omeda. This hopefully you can see my cursor, but this north-south street, it was Omeda, and then it was going to connect over to Meyer Road. So the path that we're talking about is in red, and the plan for the path was to connect to Meyer Road when this east-west connection was made, and then go along Meyer Road. And one of the things that we've talked about quite a bit, with this AB 1218, was possibility of getting a bridge over 12 and 18. So that was kind of a thought there, was that the path would go there and then get to whatever ends up being planned down here where the Yahara golf course is. So hopefully this adds a little clarity, I guess, to the area from the PED bike standpoint. So I'll just adding a little more information for everyone here.
Okay, thanks, Sean. Chris, you're next.
Yeah, just for the sake of additional information, it went to TPB August 31st, 2020, with the proposal to remove Omeda Drive from the neighborhood plan. Common Council put that on file at the recommendation of TPBB.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for checking that out. Alder Miazzi, you're next.
According to this map, where's the Glacier Drummond at, the bike trail? Or is it not on this map?
That's a good question. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is it this path?
That's correct. It's the big it's the horizontal line.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. So that's the path there.
You can't see it. Do you have your cursor on it? See what?
Yeah. Sorry. I guess my cursor isn't too good. It's this. It's the major horizontal line.
Okay, gotcha.
Up toward the top of the page.
Yeah.
All right, gotcha. Just wanted to see about the connect to that.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Okay, so Andy, you've got a lot of observations, a lot of questions, a lot of comments to take away.
Yes, I've written them down.
Alder Miazzi, your hand is still up. Did you have something else?
No, thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, no, that's okay. I just didn't want to ignore you if you had something else to say. Anything else for Andy? Jim?
Just for our knowledge, would somebody be able to summarize the commission's recommendation amongst all of that discussion?
I would not even want to venture
for input on the bike lanes on Omeda, and we ended up elsewhere. And apologies for my note on the neighborhood plan. I ended up on the wrong website as I was trying to quick find that. So thanks, Sean, for tracking that down.
I don't have any good sense of a coherent recommendation, but Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to claim that I speak for other commissioners, but I think my takeaway here is looking at the neighborhood plan, it seems like there is the idea of extending that path over to Meyer Road, which seems like a fine alternative. And specifically on Omeda, then, given the industrial land use, which I'm assuming is going to have busy driveways with possible truck traffic, I guess that's a scenario where I generally feel less compelled. I mean, in general, I'm in favor of off-street bike infrastructure, but I think that may be a case where on-street bike lanes might actually be the better option. If we can make them buffered and wide, that is good. If we can still be mindful of the driveway crossing, that's good. But yeah, I feel like if we wanted to do an off-street path, we'd have to carefully think about, and maybe that would also be easier once we have a better understanding of the development that goes in there. And since there is the alternative option to go over, then maybe that's the better way of connecting the glacial drumlin, because that connection is really important in some form or shape.
Well, thank you, Harold. I think we wandered all over the place, and thanks for bringing us back to what all of that conversation helped you feel about it. Anybody have any different thoughts than how Harold so nicely summarized that? Hey, Jim and Andy, does that give you the information that you need?
That was excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks, Harold. And thanks
Thank you.
everybody for thanks everybody for your comments. A lot of good discussion. Okay, so we're going to move on to item 12, TC practices of equity and inclusion. We got a lot of interest expressed in what TC has been doing with regard to equity and inclusion. And as a result, people have asked me a lot of questions about examples, what we've done, where we've been over the years, because we have really been working on it for quite some time. So I had gathered a lot of information and I took the time and put it down on paper. So we now have a written document which was saved in Legistar, which are some examples, which at least in the short term, I'll commit to you to sort of keep it updated so we can keep track of everything that we've been doing and make it easier to share it with other people who ask us about it. So I would just ask you to, if you haven't already taken a look through it, please do take a look through it and, send me any feedback that you have. You can send it to Aiden or you can send it to me and Aiden will forward it to me. And we'll keep this updated and review it periodically as we have these conversations. And for me, it's a great way to keep track of what we've done and what we want to keep doing. And one of the things that we wanted to keep doing was to have Tara come back and talk with us about the Racial Equity Social Justice Initiative's Racial Equity Analysis Tool. And we're not going to spend a ton of time on it tonight, but Tarek's going to walk us briefly through some of the high points. And we're doing this on purpose right before we have the conversation about the public hearing on the Metro network redesign, so that we have equity and inclusion firmly in our heads when we get into that discussion. So I'm going to turn it over to Tarek for a few minutes of some of the important things that we should be thinking about with regard to racial equity and social justice. And thanks for joining us, Tarek.
Yeah, you bet. Good evening, folks. I'm Tarek Sakhaf, he/him, Department of Civil Rights, and coordinate the NRTs and the city's Racial Equity and Social Justice Initiative with other staff in DCR. I'd actually like to change things up. So I know that the first thing is on the agenda is the racial equity analysis, but I think it should be the last thing that we think about.
Tarek, do it in whatever order you'd like.
Yep. And I think the other part is that I don't know that I'm going to be the one doing it. I think it's going to be all of you. So I think we should start the conversation. This first part that I think we should take a second with is that you put on the agenda, and is the Transportation Commission's commitment to equity and inclusion. And that's where I think everything starts. And I guess I'm curious, we can take this rhetorically and combine it with the next one, but what that means to everybody. There are we've gotten all the awards. We just got named the best city again. And we know that circumstances and situations for a lot of people still stink. And a lot of people ask why that is. And I think a lot of it comes down to because we don't lead with the things that we need to lead with. We don't necessarily make the intention to create the city as equitably and inclusively as we need to. I think if those things were higher up on the list and not kind of coming a little bit later down, we might see things a little bit differently. And so you all have done a lot of things lately that have been out of the box and different to take this on, to make the commitment to it. But really, that is kind of the heart of this work. It's kind of a question of how you all, and in this case, you, carry it. What does it mean? You know, there's a quote that a lot of times we end up concluding trainings with from Lilla Watson, who is an Aboriginal activist. And she says, if you've come to help me, you're wasting your time. But if you've come because your liberation is bound up with mine, then let us work together. And what's really salient to me about that is that it needs to be each of our work. It needs to be each of our bag. It needs to be personal. Really thinking about the people that we are working to create and shape the city with and for are truly within our circle of belonging. And how will we think about all of that? So you all did this series of sessions with Urban Triage. And I guess I'm curious, from the Transportation Commission members, what happens with it? So what was salient about it? What do you think about as you're doing your work? Like, how does it actually affect the work being done? How does it affect the way in which you approach your role on this commission? Because we can get into the racial equity analysis, but that to me is more significant.
Mm-hmm.
So that's for all of you. Let's go there.
Okay, I don't see any hands, Tarek, so I'm just going to say what it's done for me, and that is I think about it a lot more than I used to think about it, and I think about it. I try very hard to think about it at the front end, and I try and think about it when I'm looking at material where I maybe wouldn't have thought about it in the past. And it's actually carried over into my personal life too, you know, personal situations outside of the Transportation Commission. But that in and of itself helps me look at it more differently, helps me think about it more. And I hear a lot of the commissioners, we always talk about it. And I'm so proud to work with all of these people who do bring all of these points forward so that we don't forget about it. And I think that's why I like to think that we are fulfilling that commitment, because crossing guards is just a great example where in the past, I think folks might have just said, oh, this is what the criteria are. And Renee brought some things forward that were related to equity, and people would have said, okay, great, thanks. And we make the decision and we move on. And we didn't do that this time. We said, well, hey, Renee, how come, what do you think about, should there be an equity factor in our decision-making regarding where we put crossing guard locations, how we evaluate them? And so over the course of the next year, she's going to do a racial equity and social justice analysis and come back with some recommendations. So it's just one example where we thought about it and we talked about it, but we moved it up and thought about it some more. So that's how it's impacted me. How about other folks? Carl, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm still mulling this around in my head, and I mean, maybe not just in response to this immediate question, but maybe this is also one of my takeaways, as you said, and like always asking myself those extra questions of like contextualizing the pieces of information that we receive on the commission and thinking about where are they coming from, what's missing with them, what is some of the backstory that might bring somebody to a specific position, and yeah, just continually thinking about that. And then for us, the question is like, yeah, I mean, I think one of my concerns has always been like, yeah, you can't just ever do more input, and let's slow things down even more, hear from even more people, because I think part of our responsibility as commissioners is then also to act on this and like take the pieces of information that we have, being mindful of where we don't have information or where we need to contextualize it. But in the end, our task is to make decisions. And I think we also really have to be mindful of that there's a cost to inaction, where sometimes I think it's sometimes easy to say like, well, let's maybe not decide it, let's get more input, or we're not really sure what the consequences of this is going to be. I think that can, if you think of the outcomes of our decisions or non-decisions, that's another component that we have to keep in mind. And sorry, as I said, I'm still thinking these things through. And I mean, yeah, the bus network redesign is a really challenging, specific case of this, where there was a lot of discussion of who do we hear from, who do we not hear from, who benefits on an individual level versus on a group level. What is the environment that forces us to make some of these decisions, where like we go into the bus network redesign saying like there's not going to be more service full stop, and then what can we do within that framework? Or it's maybe the point that, well, then we have to ask questions about that framework, but it's not in our role as the Transportation Commission. Yeah, I don't know. I'll leave it at that maybe.
And I encourage all of us to, like, none of this needs to be precise, and it doesn't have to be fast, and it doesn't have to be efficient. It is about mulling things and wrestling with things. It's about asking the questions and trying to think about really doing it differently, considering things from the standpoint like, how do we really make this more equitable? How do we make it more inclusive? And I don't say any of this as correction. I say it to like keep knocking it around with you. You know, when we think about, I think grounding things in the voices of the people that are going to be impacted by our decisions is extremely important. That doesn't necessarily mean continuing to go out and ask and ask and ask and ask. Sometimes it means recognizing that we've been told and that we know and that we've heard. And that exactly as you said, right, and we have to act. But we need to carry those voices. I mean, I think this is a real essential part of our role in public service. And we all share that role. We come at it in different ways, but that we are stewards. We have voices to carry and to put into action. And it's really being mindful of, yes, an expanded set of voices that we haven't done a historically good job of listening to. So listening to those things differently. And then acting and going against the grain of so many of the ways in which we've been trained up to act over time. Denise, what are you thinking?
Thanks, Tarek. I think that we, as a commission, have things that we are becoming, like we have built-in mindset criteria, like we really hold Vision Zero, for example, as one of our criteria by which we measure, the decisions that we're making, or complete green streets. And we're very comfortable talking about our decisions through those filters. And I think that where I really want to see us turn as a commission, and I'm very willing to continue to be a part of this turn, is that equity also is one of the filters by which we view all of our decisions. So, even asking ourselves, what's the equity implication of this, whether it's racially or along income or along disability, that's part of our job. And the surface, I think there's going to be times where it feels like the priority between complete green streets and equity might feel like they're in conflict with each other. And we, as a commission, can't be afraid of that conflict, and very few things are truly either or. So it's like, okay, let's dig in deeper to work past where things might feel like they're adverse, or where there seem like we can't find a good win-win. So that may take more time with really complex things. Like I think about Cedar Street. I'm just going to name that one as an example. There are folks in that neighborhood who are, trying to manage multiple jobs and trying to manage kids and getting from place A to place B, and who may need, more street parking or parking lot because they don't have the luxury of time to walk. And so maybe there's a tension point between our complete streets, the directive and our equity work, and how do we figure that out? So I personally am committed to the messiness of it, because it will be messy when we're working with adding more layers onto what we're considering when we make our decisions.
Yeah, I appreciate that. There is a lot of messiness, and it comes to shifting priorities. It comes to really thinking about, how are we prioritizing the needs of people? And how are we prioritizing the needs of people who we historically haven't put a lot of priority on in the ways in which we're talking about? And the reason why I talked about that quote at the beginning is we're good at quote unquote helping here, and charity and stuff after the fact in some ways, but really focusing in on shifting up power and the dynamics by which tables are set and so on. That's not necessarily what we do. So it really is stepping into the messiness and recognizing that, there are going to be those conflicts where us wanting to do things the way, there might be a lot of appeal. The complete green streets, as you're talking about, is a great example. But there might be a lot of people for whom that doesn't work, for whom that is not the best thing. And so what do we put first? So I appreciate those points. Robbie, what are you thinking about?
Well, I think one of the things we're always talking about is who's at the table and who's not at the table. Who are we hearing from and who are we not hearing from? And, we're going to be discussing public hearings and how we're going to handle them. But I think, to me, one of the greatest questions is not just more public input, but the public input from people we don't hear from. Mm-hmm. Because there are a lot of issues, and we all know, we've all been there, where we get tons and tons and tons, hours of public input, but it's from just one slice. And it depends on the issue, what that slice is. But who are the people we're not hearing from? Who are the people who can't take the time to come or don't know how to give their input? And both, how do we make it easier for people we haven't heard from to have input, but also when we make decisions, we have to think about who are we not hearing from. And, when I was an alder, sometimes I had to think, is this, I'm getting a lot of input from my district, but is this the best decision for the city as a whole, as opposed to just my district. And so I think those things are often in conflict, who we're hearing from, who we're not hearing from, and making decisions. Sometimes we just have to make a decision that we think is the best for the greatest number of people. And how do we weigh, do we make that decision for the greatest number of people, or do we make it sometimes for a neighborhood that hasn't been heard from that might be harmed? I mean, these are messy questions. And, how do we make those decisions? How do we decide that this comes above this, and whatever those two things are? I'm reminded, of course, of the history of highways being blasted through low-income neighborhoods because people said, well, we got to get people into the city, in and out of the city. And these are neighborhoods that are dirty and whatever. And so they just were blasted through neighborhoods, and people said, well, this is for the greater good. And yeah, we're hurting this neighborhood, but it's for the greater good. But we all know that was the wrong decision, and it had all kinds of impacts. So how do we avoid that in the future? And how do we know who we're not hearing from? How do we reach out to people we're not hearing from? How do we hear from those people? I know that's a lot of big upper level questions, but it's just something that I'm mulling about.
This is the stuff, though. Mm-hmm. This is the stuff, and these are the questions to wrestle with. And you give the example of the highway, and I guess I would ask each of us to think about: are there ways that we're doing that today? Are there ways in which we just did that? Have we done that in council meetings or in transportation commission meetings this year yet? In a way that's a little less explicit, a little less uncomfortable as all of that, but where we said, well, this is important for a lot of people. And that other group over there is maybe a little expendable. It's not as, it doesn't matter. We're willing to kind of push them aside to do this instead. And so there is a lot to be said about recognizing, how do we prioritize what? But there's something, at the heart of equity is thinking about where are the needs the greatest? And how do we elevate and respond and really try to shift the game? It's not about doing things the same way for the same, just assuming that everyone's the same. It's not about trying to serve the greatest number of people in the most effective and efficient way. It's about really tuning into where are the needs, where are the issues, where are the priorities that are the greatest, and following those. And I think, this whole conversation about how do we hear from people, and all of this, by the way, is racial equity analysis. All racial equity analysis is having intentional conversations about how to do things in the best ways possible, where we're centering race, where we're prioritizing equity and inclusion and access. That's what it looks like. It means shifting the conversation and really being able to do it differently. But this question about who are we hearing from? What if we started asking, what do we know about what people have said? What do we know about what's important to people? What do we know about what's important to people that are living with some of the greatest needs, or who have been historically the most marginalized, or for whom the system or whatever policy is working the least well right now? What do we know about that? And recognizing that we probably know a lot more than we think we do. We might not have heard from them directly in this process. We probably have in some ways, but we've certainly heard from them in other processes. It's not like people are being quiet about their issues. People have voiced it again and again and again in so many different forms. And so I think for all of us, not talking about Transportation Commission, talking about societally at large, really, there's a willful ignorance that we claim around some of this stuff. There's a helplessness that we step into saying, well, we haven't heard enough. Sometimes it's true. We need to really hear more. A lot of times we need to hear more, but we also have heard so much more, I think, than we often consider. And if we're willing to, and I think this is where it's really challenging for boards, committees, and commissions. The task is not to listen to the people in the public meeting. The task is to balance the voices that showed up in the public meeting with all the other voices and priorities that have been raised over time in settings that relate exactly to the work that's being done and probably other ones, and say, oh, right, there's a much, much, much more complex set of voices that have been raised than just the ones that I heard tonight. And that might mean raising the voices of those that are, facing some of the higher needs that we didn't hear from directly in that public meeting, but that showed up, that articulated what was important to them, and going against the grain in a public meeting itself. That's hard, but it's really, really going to be important if we're going to do this work right. Alderman Yancy.
Thank you, Tarek. Actually, you guys took all my points, especially Robbie actually did an excellent job talking about hearing from people at the table. I mean, like this meeting alone, I know that President Greg Jones has been tuned into this conversation. But I think really when you think about even talking about urban triage, I think having Brandy Grayson as an African-American person that have lived experience being at the table, having Greg Jones even being at this table to even actually talk about things through an equity lens is huge. So I think it's important that as we sit here and we talk about issues that affect the marginalized community, sometimes it's important to have a community leader, such as a person that brings balance or talks about balance in the community, because we could sit here and talk about, some of the awards that the city has won in certain areas, doing a great job. But when we look at the marginalized community, such as the North Side, how it's been underserved, there is a place that has, how should I say this without trying to, so there are places here that are underserved that need the attention of people sitting at the table of the marginalized community that represents them, that can speak on certain committees such as this. When we talk about B cycles, making sure that I understand that the fact that there's not places to connect to, but making sure that they come to this side so that people have equity like the other parts of the city. When we talk about the redesign, making sure that we have people at the table that look like the other people, the marginalized community, to actually speak on their behalf on what they need, rather than assuming where the metro needs to go, assuming that where they need to be picked up on and the timing of it. So we have to make sure that there are people sitting at the table when we're making decisions that affect them. Thanks.
Absolutely. And I think that there are a lot of ways that we collectively let ourselves off the hook because we're waiting for someone to tell us what to do. And that's why I go back to, if it's not personal for you, I don't know how you're going to incorporate equity and inclusion into your work. It's a personal decision. Do you take it? Do you grab it? Do you carry it? Do you hold it? And do you do what needs to be done to bring it to life in your work? Yeah, Chris.
Thanks. I think to that point and to the question of what can we do next, I think it's not easy because I agree with all so many of the things I'm hearing here. I don't need to repeat those. Clearly, like those of us that went through the training are incorporating that into the way we think all the time. There will be new people on this commission in a year or two who haven't had that experience. and many of the people around us have not gone through that same sort of journey. So the challenge is that like it just has to keep happening. Like we need to keep having those kinds of exercises. We ourselves need to be reminded over and over again. So it's just I think it's just a constant process of thinking this way. I think we may have talked about ways that we could institutionalize this at a prior meeting. And short of having more folks at the table, I don't know that there's a clear answer in how to do that.
Right, but we do answer the questions that we wrestle with. Mm-hmm. And so that really goes to, I mean, you're forging ahead with a new path. I appreciate Alder McKinney throwing it down when she did, and bringing it. And Anne took it and run, and all of you participated and are going on this way. And as Anne was talking about in the beginning, there are a lot of people paying attention. But how do we do this? And so the more we elevate this type of conversation, including question about like, right, how do we keep it going? Or what does onboarding for new committee members look like? Mm-hmm. How do we prioritize this as part of the conversations routinely, regularly? And we'll come to racial equity analysis in a second. But that's how we get there. There are those of us that walk around that are in a constant state of analysis about like, is this the most equitable thing that we can do? How do we tweak it if it's not? How do we make this inclusive? Because we got to. And so really it's a question of, are you putting on that set of glasses and wearing them around? Anne?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to remind Alder Miazzi that I do have one of the next steps on page 2 of the document to invite Greg Jones, the president of NAACP Dane County, to come to TC and participate in the discussion with us at some point. So as people have ideas, I've written down a couple of lots of notes, but putting this document together, well, it's not going to do much for those of you who've lived through this with me over the course of the past year. It's part of the way, Chris, to institutionalize it, to remind people, and I'll have to figure out whether we post it on our TC website so that when we onboard new members, we can say these are some of the things we've done on equity and inclusion, and it's, you can walk down this path with us by reviewing it. Whatever we come up with, these are good ways for us to just keep it fresh. And I think that's part of what I'm hearing from everybody is that we all want to try and keep it fresh, and there have been some tough discussions where I have heard members of this commission speaking for people who weren't at the table, which was in direct opposition to the people who had come to testify before us. And, we made the decision that I felt and we all decided was the right decision, but it wasn't a real comfortable conversation. And, that's great because everybody talks about it being messy and it sometimes is uncomfortable. Brandy talked about that a lot during the training, how you got to be really uncomfortable on your way through till you can get to the other side. So, but it's not fun to be uncomfortable. So, and it's not fun to be messy. So.
It can be though, it can be, and we can get used to it. Mm-hmm. There's so many of us that are in various states of discomfort all the time. I feel like every time I open my mouth, I'm rolling dice, and because it's going against the current every time. And that's what I hope I continue to do. And that's what we can all do, is really recognize that there are different ways of being that we can embrace, that step away from like the ways historically we've thought about how bureaucracies work. Institutions have souls. And I think we can wrestle for our soul and really bring love into this, and like powerful love and justice, and thinking about what does it really mean to make a city that works for people. And transportation is one of the most critical freaking elements of all of that. And we miss it so often. We do. On all fronts, we miss so many things. And it means really shifting away from like the things that we think of as the best or the brightest and doing things kind of differently. Does this work for people? Does it work for all the people? If it doesn't, how do we reconsider? So, we got this whole racial equity analysis form, comprehensive version, which we can dive into. But at the top of every single agenda are 3 questions.
Mm-hmm.
Consider who benefits, who's burdened. Let's back up for a second before we go there. The way I think about racial equity analysis, the short version is, 1, it's centering race in ways that historically we haven't. It's thinking about, are we including the voices of the people that have been most impacted or stand to be the most impacted? That sometimes means going out and doing public participation, but it also means taking note of all the public participation, formally and informally, that we've done over time. What do we already know about what people have said? Thinking about unintended consequences. What are the ways in which this is going to backfire, especially from a standpoint of equity and inclusion? And then just making it routine again and again and again. So those 3 questions that you've got at the top of the agenda, considering who benefits, who's burdened, I think of that a little bit differently. I think about like, who does this work for? Who does this not work for? Really wrestling with that. When we think about like who it doesn't work for, okay, how do we get it to work for them? Because sometimes we get stuck in this trap of just going through and doing the questions of a racial equity analysis. Did we do one? But really, a racial equity analysis is about making the thing, the project, the proposal, the policy, whatever it is, as equitable as and as inclusive as possible. So ideally, we're coming up with recommendations and ideas along the way that are going to mitigate each of these issues. Who does not have a voice at the table? We've talked about that. Recognizing the table needs to be so much more expansive than we think about it as. There's not one table. Some places it doesn't look like a table. It might be someone grabbing you in the aisle of the grocery store. This happens to me all the time. Where I'm talking to someone and they weigh in with me. And the reality is I'm still a city person all the time. And so if I don't bring value to that conversation, that 5 minutes that they spent with me talking about their issue and try to like carry it and bring it to life somewhere else, I'm missing it. So what does the table really mean? How have people weighed in on this issue over time in multiple contexts? And how are we prioritizing that and involving that and including that into the meat of what we're doing? And then the last part we just talked about, like, how can policymakers mitigate unintended consequences? And let's go more expansively, like just how do policymakers actually make this thing work? Whatever it is, for those who probably need it to work the best, where the need is greatest, which goes counter to what Robbie was talking about. That, I mean, the tension that you were talking about in terms of like, do we do this so that it works for the most people? We keep on doing things that work for the most people, we're going to keep on leaving a lot of people that need us left in the cold. So there are ways that we got to shift this. When you go through the whole comprehensive racial equity analysis, it's different layers of coming at the same questions. What do we know? Who is it working for? Who is it not working for? What are the unintended consequences? Be willing to be fluid with it. Be willing to jump around. It doesn't have to be a linear conversation. Keep coming back, keep coming back, keep coming back. Like, what can we do differently? How do we do it differently? How do we make this work? If there's an issue that's showing up, what do we do about it? So all the questions, try and drop the anxieties as much as you can and just dig into it. Allow the conversation to happen organically, go big with it, and get bold. And the biggest thing, though, is continuing to wrestle with the questions, because that's the way I think we start elevating the issues. I guess I'll say one other thing, and then wrap it. I think there are a lot of ways that we get close, but that we sometimes end up just not going as far as we could, like around equity. I think a lot of people have learned a lot of good talking points about equity and inclusion lately. It shows up as part of a lot of conversations, and somehow we still miss the mark. So it's really important to just keep on wrestling with authenticity and thinking about how do we do this for people who are asking for us to do our job. I mean, Harald said it in terms of like, yeah, we're in these positions for a reason and we have work to do. So how do you prioritize the needs, issues of people and make it work without just having it sound good? So that's, I don't know, I guess what I got from me. I don't know if there are any other thoughts or questions, but I'm probably at time.
No, that's great. I was looking for you to set the table for our next discussion, and you did that for me perfectly. I appreciate it. And it helped us all revisit what we've been talking about with you for over a year now. I mean, we've been talking about it for years at the Transportation Commission, but really focusing in on this particular aspect of what we can do better with you. And we really appreciate how you've helped us, and appreciate your commitment to keep helping us do it.
Yeah.
So other comments?
This is soul stuff. You know, this is about how we show up. This is about ways of being. I know that oftentimes we want that checklist, but this is really about like how do we dig into this work as individuals?
Thank you very much, Tarek. Anybody have any last comments before we dive into our next long conversation, which Tarek is going to stay around and help us with as well? Okay, thanks so much. We're going to move on to item 13. Let me just double check. I believe we have a registrant on item 13. Is that correct?
We do. We have a few.
A few? Okay. I'm just going to introduce it, and then I want to go to the registrants first, because this topic is different from most of our topics. This isn't like Hammersley Road, where we have a staff presentation and then we hear from registrants and then we hear from people. This is an ongoing conversation. So what I propose we do is I'm just going to give a little bit of an introduction and then ask to hear from the public. And then we're going to bounce back and forth between staff and commission members as we have these conversations. I want to thank everybody on city staff for the significant amount of time that they've invested in planning for this upcoming public hearing on the Metro network redesign. Can't count the number of hours that people have been working on it. I've been spending a lot of time on it myself because I think it's really, really important. And we've been working with people from many departments, obviously Metro Transit, Department of Transportation, the City Attorney's Office, Department of Civil Rights, Racial Equity and Social Justice Initiative, Information Technology, the Mayor's Office, Traffic Engineering, the City Clerk's Office, and I'm sure I'm leaving some people out, just so you understand the breadth of what's going on behind the scenes. We even organized a meeting on September 2nd, and we had, it was myself and 15 people from city staff got together to brainstorm some of these things, and people have been doing a lot of work on it. But that being said, I just want to remind us all that this is a very complex set of circumstances. There's a lot to balance, and coming up with a perfect solution, as we all know from many of our conversations at the Transportation Commission, is typically not possible. We do the best that we can. And here our goal is to come up with the most effective way to enhance equity, inclusion, accessibility, and language access for this critically important public hearing. At least that's my goal, and I believe that's all of our goal. Of course, we always strive to follow local ordinances, state and federal regulations, et cetera, et cetera. There's some things we have to do. But there are practicalities and limitations related to some of the various options we'll be talking about that we have to take into consideration, and this balancing of priorities that we talked about. So I just want to remind us all that we need to recognize and accept that as we always do, we're going to do the best that we can, and that not everybody is always going to think that that is the exact perfect solution. But we've all worked very hard on this, a lot of work behind the scenes, and we're going to continue that work this evening. We have some decisions where we're looking for guidance from TC, which we'll talk about when we get to the action memo after we've heard from a number of people. But I want you to be thinking about these things as we go forward. And I have one edit that I'll talk about later. But with that introduction, I would like to hear from the public and then get into some of the items that we have on our agenda. So Aiden, who do we have?
So first we have Laura Green of Bell Street, Madison, Wisconsin. Neither supports nor opposes and would like to speak.
Go ahead, you have 3 minutes, Laura.
Great, thank you. I'm encouraged to hear these meaningful discussions on equity tonight. Thank you very much for that. And thank you for your efforts to seek public input regarding the Madison Metro redesign. I feel like this process has not been equitable throughout pretty much the whole process, and it's never too late to change things. With this public hearing, I would like to see a strong plan for the hearing and related outreach to ensure that as many bus users as possible are aware of these changes and still have the chance to have their input heard and their concerns addressed before this redesign plan starts getting implemented. I work at the Catholic Multicultural Center, which is a social service agency on the South Side that serves many people who use the bus. To date this year, Madison Metro has done outreach a total of 1 time at our own request at the CMC. This was at the end of July after City Council voted to approve the draft plan. After several attempts of requesting outreach from Metro staff, we were repeatedly told that they are short-staffed and could not yet schedule any further outreach with us. I would like to see the city take ownership of taking on the task of informing riders about these changes, which means devoting staff time and or financial resources to community partners so that this work can be completed. It should not be on the shoulders of nonprofits and community leaders like me to be informing riders of these changes, which greatly affect their lives, and making sure that their voices are heard by those doing the planning. I would like to see a public hearing that is well advertised, offered in person with a virtual option for those who prefer it, offers easy access to the information in languages in addition to English, and is hosted at a location where many bus users are likely to feel comfortable accessing. More importantly, I would like to see the city invest the time and resources needed to do smaller outreach events at nonprofits, community agencies, transfer points. I feel like we shouldn't just be putting all our eggs in one basket of one public hearing. So if we could add on some smaller hearings in multiple regions throughout Madison, that would be ideal. And I feel like this process of the redesign should not proceed until the community has been informed of this new draft plan and truly has their feedback heard. Thank you.
Does anyone have a question for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. I took some notes there. Who do we have next, Aiden?
Next is Don Ferber of Alice Avenue, Madison. Supports and wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Don. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. You can hear me?
We can.
Great. Thank you very much. And I appreciated the discussion that you had before, just prior to this, and all the work that members of the committee have been putting on and putting attention to this process. I spent a lot of time volunteering with the Sierra Club and looking at the bus redesign. We've been hearing a lot that underserved people are really not being heard as part of this process. So that's something I want to emphasize. You know, a lot of times we assume if we just put the word out there, we're kind of passive about how we do it, that we're going to reach people. And I think we know that, but we still have to be very conscious of moving beyond that and understand how people obtain info. I've heard that, for instance, some people really want things in writing on paper. We can't just put notices out there, on the airwaves or internet. Some people may want to talk with trusted messengers. They may not be comfortable with city processes or whatever. We may be necessary in a lot of cases to go to people, not ask them to come to us. And I think be conscious of, are there cultural and personal differences in terms of a willingness to participate in meetings, to even speak up, and to challenge maybe what other people are saying or the status quo, that we need to be conscious with this, with people who are using the bus or underserved may have issues with some of these processes we do. We need to make sure we're reaching out to places where there are marginalized people, the organizations that serve them, like Laura was talking about, businesses that have a lot of people in need of the bus services, alders who are representing those communities. How and where will those people best be heard? Another thought I had is while the number of riders is important, when we talk about equity, who is being inconvenienced versus who is really being harmed? In other words, some people are just complaining because it's an inconvenience, but for other people, they could really be incapacitated in terms of their access to transit. And we need to be conscious of this when people are speaking up. So, for instance, we need to look more at the numbers of people, for instance, at a greater distance bus stop, but their ability and need to access those locations, and perhaps the safety they're feeling as well. So I appreciate your attention to this, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Does anyone have any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing no hands. Aiden, who else do we have?
Next is Greg Jones of Forest Down, Fitchburg, opposes and wishes to speak.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, and thanks for the opportunity to just share a few thoughts. So I really want to speak to 3 of the elements contained in the question that you raised. And I want to begin by just laying out what I believe is a foundational point. That is, creating equity means improving conditions for more vulnerable populations to the standards enjoyed by others. Now, that's a mixture of terms, but I want to be clear in what it means to me and what it should mean to this body as you proceed in terms of developing the transportation policy that's going to be in place for a long period of time. First of all, I do want to say that that a systematic examination of how this policy affects racial and ethnic groups is critical, and who will likely be affected by the decisions made by this body. That needs to be thoroughly understood by this group before any policy decision is made. Specifically relating to this particular equity plan that's under development by the city, there needs to be a vetting, a careful and critical examination of that plan. Once it's vetted and all elements are identified, you heard earlier we talk about benefits and burdens of policy. We need to know who's going to benefit, who's going to be burdened, and that needs to be transparent. There's no negative reaction if all information is shared upfront and transparently. That once we hold a community forum discussing this plan, then we need to present to everybody, including the media, a forum discussing, describing, and implementing it. And most importantly, in this process of examining or critiquing this critical examination, let's be open to comments and reactions from the community and make adjustments as needed. The second variable is inclusion. This is a little different for me in the context of this question because the most effective way of including others is acknowledging and accepting their different viewpoints. City staff must engage in efforts to reach the community. I looked at the website. We are asking people to contact the city to set up meetings. You heard earlier that it's more effective to go to those community groups, go to those individuals and say, we want to make a presentation to you and your members on this issue. We would be excited to have members of the city come to the NAACP general membership meeting and present this plan to our members. Secondly, We want to acknowledge that the transit marketing specialist that's now under consideration and will be appointed is a good first step, but it needs to be tweaked. The hiring of that individual ought to be in the context of cultural competencies. Those are the communities that are going to benefit from the services brought forth by that position. And lastly, public engagement. Once we implement this plan, public engagement should not stop, and the city should take the lead in creating public engagement. There should be follow-up surveys, follow-up interviews, any other way that we can collect information to improve that plan during its life would be good. And lastly, thank you for the opportunity. Hope some of these comments are important, but we do say that one of the disconnects in public policy related to equity is how do we connect those program planners and the mission and expectations of the decision makers. With that equation, I will end my discussion with you for tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all those thoughts. You packed a lot into that short amount of time. Are there questions for Greg? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Aiden, who else do we have?
Next is Carrie Rothberg of West Lakeside Street, Madison. Neither supports nor opposes and would like to speak.
Go ahead, Carrie. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Okay. A group of Madison residents met last night with the NAACP, with the Catholic Multicultural Center, with Madison area bus advocates, and with South Madison Unite. We represented all those groups. You know our names from before. And we just want to, I'm speaking in behalf of those groups. I'm not part of any one of the nonprofits in particular, to say that we believe that the public hearing about the proposed network redesign that the Transportation Commission is planning is extremely important. And we support the TC in its aim of driving residents to a discussion that is, as my two preceding co-workers have said, inclusive in attendance and addresses the equity of the system redesign. An impressive number of Madison residents spoke out about some of the inevitable and or overlooked inequities at the TPPB hearing about the transit redesign several months back. And Metro, to its credit, responded by making some of the requested changes to the proposed new system. However, Metro could only respond to the problems it was presented. And our concern, as you've heard, is that there are additional low-income neighborhoods where outreach was not effective, neighborhoods that might have lacked a neighborhood association, or one where the alder wasn't as proactive as another alder. And this means that we do not know, and what we don't know, and that the city has not responded to the impact of the redesign on communities that might not have spoken up. So it's vitally important, as you recognize, to ensure the attendance of Madison's disadvantaged and underrepresented residents at the upcoming TC meeting, so that we can look at the redesign through the lens of equity through their eyes. To answer some of the questions you pose in your agenda about how to best enhance inclusivity and accessibility, we strongly suggest that the Transportation Commission advocate for the following. Identify possible unserved pockets of Metro riders. Metro can connect with and work with community organizations. We are preparing a list of these to facilitate the thorough outreach and public engagement efforts that you desire at the upcoming hearing. These are the organizations that know Madison's marginalized communities best, and they can answer the questions best that you pose about meeting format, translation, and more. The second thing we want to suggest is that we maximize riders' review of the system redesign's equity analysis prior to the completion of that analysis. Metro can collaborate with community organizations citywide and take the time to accomplish a thorough review, edit, and approval of the equity analysis by Madison's bus-dependent riders prior to submitting this analysis to the FTA. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Does anyone have a question for the speaker? Okay, Aiden, who else do we have?
The last registrant is Harry Richardson of Northview Street, Madison, Wisconsin. Neither supports nor opposes and does not wish to speak.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for all of those thoughts. We have a lot of ground to cover. I'm just going to start out by asking Justin a little bit about the timeline. And before I do that, what's critical is that we heard a lot from people about how much outreach needs to happen and how some people might need help to get registered to speak at the public hearing. So our goal is to set the date for the public hearing about a month before the public hearing and actually publish the notice. So people can start registering a whole month or about a month before the public hearing. So if people have trouble, Mick and I have been talking a lot about how we can help people get registered. So we're really trying to be far out ahead of this so we can do all of this planning. So Justin, over to you.
Sure. Thanks, Ann. Thanks, TC members and all the members of the public who came to speak today. Just to set the table a little bit on our timeline. So we are expecting a draft of the Title VI report at the end of this month. We've got some preliminary numbers, which we think are very encouraging, but we expect to see the report at the end of the month. And then we'll need to work hard to translate that report into particularly Spanish and potentially other languages. And then that will move us towards a public hearing. At this point, we expect to have the public hearing at the first meeting in November of the TC. And then since it's typically, the action is typically not done in the same meeting as the public hearing, the action will be at the subsequent meeting and then ultimately go to council, I think on December 6th. So I can forgive me, I'm blanking on the actual dates in November, but I believe it's
November 9th and November 23rd, but I'll verify
I think it's the 30th actually is the second.
Yep. Yeah. Let me just double check. November 9th is, the 23rd is the day before Thanksgiving. So you're right. The last one is, scroll one more date. Yep. November 30th. And our just a comment, our special rules say that when we have a public hearing, we want time to consider what has been brought forward to us. So our TC special rules say that that we won't take action on the item at that same meeting, and that we won't take action until a future commission meeting. So go ahead. So tentative date would be November 9th. We're not setting the date tonight. We're just talking about the timeline.
Yep. So I expect either at the next meeting after this one or the one after that we'll actually bring an action to you to set the date. But we're not until we are comfortable that we actually will have that report on time. We don't want to set the date yet. Again, the council did vote to adopt the plan pending these additional pieces of information. And so we certainly want to have a robust opportunity for the public to comment on the plan, as well as the bus stop locations and span of hours. Those are the items that will be presented to you for approval. As I mentioned, based on some of our preliminary numbers, we do feel confident that there is not a disproportionate impact to people of color or disproportionate burden to low-income folks. And then we'll have some additional breakdown of various more specific ethnic groups, as well as other groups of people. So again, I hope to be able to share that with you in English in early October, most likely mid-October in other languages, to ensure that we've got some time before that public hearing.
Okay, great. And we, as traditionally set, we typically start the public hearings at 6 o'clock in order to give people an opportunity to get there after work. And it also would give us an opportunity to address some other issues prior to that if there would be council referrals or something that we would need to do. So that's our timeline. The next big issue is how to conduct the public hearing. And language access is one of the critical things that I think there was feedback from the Transportation Policy and Planning Board public hearing. So there's been a lot of discussion between Metro and the folks at the Department of Civil Rights in terms of what could we do differently, what could we consider doing better. So I think that is one of the main issues. And Norm or Christy, I don't know, or Rebecca, I don't know if you want to talk just a little bit about that before we get into the presentation on from our folks in the information technology group in terms of what can be done in our meeting formats relative to translation. So Norm, you want to just set the table for us briefly?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Happy to be here with you. In terms of language access.
Pardon me, Norm. For those who don't know, Norm, do you want to just introduce yourself and say what you do at the city?
Yeah, I'm Norm Davis. My pronouns are he and him, and I'm the Civil Rights Director for the City of Madison. So happy to meet you if I've not met you before. So language access is one of the key principles that we need to abide by in terms of offering space for the public to meaningfully contribute to the conversation around this project. And so we do have at the City of Madison a language access plan. And in addition to the plan that we have, there are also directives, obligations that we have as an organization back to the federal government that's providing funding for this project. And so those guidelines, in addition to the desire that we have as a community to make sure that we are reaching and hearing from various sectors of the Madison public, language access is really a primary concern to make sure that we are actively hearing from members of the community. And so we have had multiple conversations, and we have some thoughts, some ideas, some strategies that we've been working with other city agencies, IT, Metro, to try and make an inclusive experience at the hearing. And so I'll offer space to some of our other staff members, whether it's Christy or Rebecca, to chime in and offer any more details.
Hi, Christy, go ahead.
Thanks, Norm. Thanks, Anne. Hi, everybody. My name is Christy Kumar. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I work at the Department of Civil Rights, and I serve as the Equity and Social Justice Division Manager. I'll be short. I think that a lot of times when we think about language access, we think about folks requesting language access. So it's this request model, and that fundamentally assumes that folks have access to the requesting logic. And so we're here to say that is very difficult. And so we need to plan for not waiting on requests. We need to plan for the meeting to meet the needs of folks that may not request the meeting. And if we do, we create the conditions by which people in the future say, I could go to that meeting. Because right now it seems like a lot of these meetings are not for the folks we want them to be, which is everything you all discussed. So I'm just really wanting to highlight not using a request model for language access and planning for it.
Bridget, did you have a question for Christy?
Did. Yeah, Christy, that's a great idea and a great point. And I'm just wondering, does the city have a standard set of languages based on, demographic information and experience, that are the most needed language translations for, general city business?
Sure. Thanks for your question. If we take it from a pure numerical data standpoint, Spanish is our highest level of number of folks that speak Spanish as a primary language other than English. And then we have Asian languages, primarily Hmong. And then we have Chinese. That's from a numerical standpoint. You can then kind of think about the data in a different way too. You can think about the data in terms of percentage of folks who don't speak English very well, right? Because there's actual acquisition within this is not my primary language. And we see lower levels of English competency with Hmong and Chinese. So, you've got two levels of analysis there. And then, of course, there are so many other languages at the city of Madison. And then they become kind of neighborhood specific on what we see emerge as higher population. But those are often the three that we name. Of course, signed languages are a part of our population of folks that need access to language access. So that's some information there.
Thank you. So, sorry, can I just ask one follow-up question?
Go ahead.
Sorry. So is it standard practice then? And maybe you or maybe someone else at the city can answer. I would assume that it's standard practice to, with major issues translate into at least those three languages, but please correct me. Is that a practice, or if not, is that, something we could look at doing, certainly with this issue?
Thanks for your question. Our language access plan asks that we do translate in these top three and more languages, particularly for what we call vital documents.
Yeah.
And so these are things, right, that would be absolutely vital for members of the public to know about. And so in this case, yes, we would say absolutely for, the top 5 languages that the city has, we should be providing interpretation and translation options.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Rebecca, did you have anything to add quickly before we move on to the IT presentation?
My name's Rebecca Hoyt. My pronouns are she, hers. I'm the city's disability rights and services specialist, and I coordinate the language access program. I wanted to also note that in response to Bridget's question, there is a part of the equity analysis is demonstration of a language access plan. So that's part of the federal requirements for a operation like this change in metro redesign. And I did want to also acknowledge and thank the folks from the community who made public comment and let you know that I would love to coordinate with you in terms of the development of strategies and community needs. So please feel free to contact me. I appreciate you taking the time to comment in this meeting.
Alden Miazzi, go ahead.
I just wanted to say specifically, I think it was Mandarin Chinese language as one of the top 3 when we talk about the top 3, like Chinese was one of them, but Mandarin to be Pacific, right? I believe that's Christy, right?
Correct. Many of folks speak Mandarin. We opt to use the terminology Chinese. Oftentimes we translate into traditional Chinese. There's some nuances there within the community, but absolutely we've got a high number of folks that use Mandarin.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Is that all you had, Alder Miazzi?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Before we get to the really tough discussion about, well, there's lots of complex, difficult issues for us to discuss, but the biggie is virtual versus in-person versus hybrid meeting formats, and do we want to have more than one public hearing, et cetera, et cetera. We need to hear from Zach Commons and Tanya Anderson and others from the city IT department. It has a presentation for us, which you all should have. I sent it out so that everybody had a chance to hopefully see it ahead of time, so we can sort of delve into what's possible with what. And I don't know, Sarah Edgerton, the director of the Information Technology Department's here. Did you want to do an introduction, Sarah?
Yes. Thanks, Chair Kovich. Good evening. I know one of you. Hi, Robbie. We've seen you in a while. My name is Sarah Edgerton. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I am the IT director. It's nice to meet all of you in our virtual world. So hello, and thank you for inviting us. My staff is here tonight not to give you recommendations, but actually just to provide you with options and then to answer any technology questions you may have, but also to go over the difference between the consecutive and simultaneous interpretations within Zoom so that you understand the mechanicals behind it. And then really just being able to, from there, make an educated decision on how you want to move forward with providing the public hearings. So with that, I'm going to ask Zach and Tanya to go through them with you.
Thank you, Sarah. Zach, Tanya, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Kovich. Before we get started, I just want to introduce myself, and I'll let Tanya introduce herself, and then we'll get started. So hello, everyone. I haven't met you all yet. My name is Zach Commons. I'm an IT project manager and one of the city's Zoom administrators.
Hi, everyone. I know you've seen me many times. I'm Tanya Anderson. I use she, her pronouns, and I am now the city's collaboration tools administrator and one of the Zoom admins.
Well, welcome. Thank you so much for coming this evening.
So before I get started, I just wanted to let everyone know that, yes, we will be covering consecutive and simultaneous and going a little bit into the Zoom interpretation feature. And then we'll take a break and allow for any questions that the commissioners might have. And then Tanya will go into those options that we would like to at least provide to you. So then you can make an educated decision on what to move forward with this public hearing. So just to move forward, first we'll just start out with the definition of what is consecutive and what is simultaneous. And consecutive interpretation is essentially a speaker is providing either testimony or discussion, pausing every few sentences, and then proceeding to allow an interpreter to repeat what they just said into another language. This is a very simple technical way of doing interpretation, since it allows both the testimony or discussion and as well as the interpretation to be in the same audio channel. There's no need to have any separation to have them happen at the same time. That's really what simultaneous is for. That's where an interpreter is repeating what a speaker is providing in another language at the same time as that speaker is talking. The downside to consecutive can be that it is often double the time because you have to switch off between the speaker and the interpreter. But the good thing about it is that it's in one audio channel. It's easier to capture from a technical side of things. Whereas with simultaneous, it's a little bit more straightforward as far as time duration, but you need to have separate audio channels provided through some means. So to kind of visualize how simultaneous works, especially in Zoom, is we have the original audio, which is separate from the different language audio channels that we're providing. The original audio is where the testimony, as well as any consecutive interpretation would be held. But you also have separate simultaneous channels that someone could listen to the entire meeting in Spanish or can listen to it in English if there's Spanish testimony. Just as an example here, it's not specifically to those languages. It can be whichever ones we would like, but that's just to try to visualize it. So how does it really work in Zoom? The interpreters are assigned 2 languages to interpret between. Participants must select an audio channel other than the original audio channel, and that's because interpreters' audio can only be heard in those specific language channels. Now, it's a little bit confusing, but if there's any questions about how that is different from one another, we can go over that. Participants can be heard in the original audio, which is what the interpreters are listening to, but they can also be heard in the background of an interpretation channel at 20% volume. So even though there's interpretation happening in another language, you still hear the original testimony or discussion in the background. If an interpreter is not speaking into an audio channel, then you'll just hear the original audio, testimony, discussion, whatever at full volume. So to kind of visualize it, when the interpretation feature is turned on, if you as a user in Zoom select off, you're just listening to the original audio. You won't hear any other language interpretation. But if you select Spanish, you hear the Spanish audio channel, and English audio channel, or select English, you listen to the English audio channel. As far as interpreters, when they select English or to interpret into English, they're actually not heard in the original audio, even if the majority of the meeting is happening in English. You will only hear interpreters in their dedicated language channels, so you'll only hear them in the English audio channel. And to kind of sum up, at least with this example of English and Spanish as the options for languages, everyone except interpreters will be speaking into the original audio, and then the interpreters are speaking into their dedicated audio channels for either English and Spanish for this example. And then for as far as listening on the right-hand column here, anyone that hasn't picked an interpretation channel, the cloud recording that we use to post to the city channel, and the interpreters by default will listen to the original audio, and then anyone that's picked a dedicated channel will hear that channel. So there are some limitations with every technology, and there's definitely limitations with this. It is very important that everyone knows that they need to select an audio channel and that they actually do select an audio channel other than the original, even if they do hear their desired language in the original audio. This is because if there's any interpretation from that main language in the original audio, they need to be able to hear that, and they will only hear that in the interpretation channel. This feature is not available for phone-in participants. There's no way for them to select a channel. Breakout rooms doesn't really apply to this context, but it's also not available there. It is also not selectable for those that are streaming the meeting or the hearing or broadcasting the hearing. The feature must be enabled before the meeting starts. Only the tech facilitator or host can initiate and manage this feature. It is difficult for interpreters to listen to another audio channel, and recordings will only pick up the original audio channel. So it'll only capture whatever the original testimony or discussion was. Doesn't matter what language it was. There is the ability to record the other audio channels, but it is very labor intensive and a manual process. We actually will need separate devices in order to capture each individual language. And it also requires a staff person with admin level access in our Zoom system to be able to monitor that device and make sure it doesn't time out so the recording doesn't stop. So that's my piece. Are there any questions before we go over to Tanya's side of things?
Any questions for Zach at this point? It might still be percolating around in people's heads because I know it is in mine. And we may have questions later as we try and make choices, Zach. So Tanya, you want to go ahead with yours?
Sure. And it's absolutely fine to be confused. That is not uncommon. So the options that I'm going to present to you, as you guys have said earlier, there is no perfect option here. So I am going to present these to you. There are 3 that we have outlined, but they all have some baseline assumptions. And those assumptions are that it is a BCC meeting, not a neighborhood meeting or that kind of thing, because this is part of the legislative process that you guys have to do this public hearing. The other thing is that it's only the public hearing and no other items on the agenda so that we can really focus on just the one thing. All testimony in other languages does get double the time limit per ordinance. So whereas we give someone who's speaking in English 3 minutes, if there's an interpreter used, they get 6 minutes, that kind of thing. And that all arrangements for interpreters do get made through DCR. We do not do that. We just deal with the technology. So one of the things that we had come up with is the idea of language access rooms. These would be located in the city county building or the Madison Municipal Building in spaces where we can accommodate that with interpreters in that space. So each room would have to be designated for a specific language, and we would need staff in that room to handle registration, but also facilitation of that meeting. And they should obviously be able to communicate with the people in that room. For the in-person option, there is a 42-second delay in how that is relayed to these rooms. And so we would need to keep that in mind. And every speaker, as always, must register separately, even if they are in a single location. Go ahead, Dave. Okay, so the first option is to have it be 100% in person. And this is most similar to pre-pandemic, how we would have done this. So the Transportation Commission would hold their hearing in likely either the council chambers, CCB 201, or the Madison Municipal Building 215, and there would be no Zoom component at all. So we would have consecutive interpretation in the main room. We could have the language access rooms I was just speaking of, but they would be watch only, and they would be watching the live stream of the meeting, and the interpreter would be in that room in person for the simultaneous. This would only provide English with consecutive interpretation to the streaming audience, the broadcast, and for recording for anyone that can't make the meeting live.
Tanya, can I just stop you for 1 second? Can you repeat that, please? So the language access rooms that you're talking about, they would not be able to testify from that room. It would just be watching the meeting.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. So if, Zach, you can advance. So if we look at this as, we try and give you visuals as well, because not everyone learns the same way. If we look at this as a timeline of how the meeting could work, the main room, you could have testimony and then consecutive translation, that kind of thing. Whereas the language room, in this example, Spanish, would be able to have the simultaneous interpretation in that room. But in the main room, you would be hearing consecutive. The second option is to do 100% virtual. And this would be holding your meeting on Zoom, similar to how we are right now. Consecutive interpretation would be what would be offered in the Zoom room, so that it would be the back and forth. Simultaneous interpretation could be offered either by the interpretation feature that Zach was just discussing, or via a conference phone line, which we would not have the ability to record at all. And as Zach mentioned, we could potentially record the Zoom simultaneous if the resources are available. So in this sort of sample of how the meeting could go, the English channel would have no interpreters because we would just be listening to the original. But the original audio, we would still have consecutive interpretation as well. So in a language channel or the conference call, you could have the simultaneous, but in order to provide you all with the English and to provide translation into English for our streaming, broadcast, and recording viewers, we would still have consecutive interpretation as well. One of the things that had been asked of us is the ability to do satellite rooms, as we've termed them. These would be facilities throughout the city to provide ease of access to the meeting. These would require staff to be at those locations to handle registration as well as facilitation. And so that makes it into a hybrid experience because we have people in person at a location and on Zoom. So if testimony would be taken from that room, every speaker still must register separately, even if they're in the same room. And if someone is called to testify from there, they would need to go up to the laptop like a podium to testify. And we would not be able to provide video back from that facility. It would just be audio testimony. So a fully hybrid model would have you in the City County building in room 201. It's the only room that we have fully outfitted at this point for a hybrid model. And the room would be listening to the English audio channel. Those satellite rooms could be available for people to watch or participate without needing their own device, but testimony would have to be one person at a time at the device. Language rooms could still be offered in a few rooms that we have outfitted in Madison Municipal Building and some that the county has outfitted in the City County Building that are hybrid capable. They are not large rooms though, so that's why we couldn't just do that all the time. And so then people would be able to provide fully remote access from those spaces, including video. And I will add, when we say language rooms, it can be an English room as well. It doesn't have to just be non-English rooms. Consecutive interpreters would need to be in person so that we would be able to have them be there for in-person testimony. Simultaneous interpretation would again be either available by that conference phone line or the Zoom feature with the same restrictions that we had in a fully virtual one. The streaming, broadcast, and recording would still just be in English with consecutive interpretation and no simultaneous languages available to them unless they are watching the stream or broadcast live and calling into the conference phone line. They would not have access to the Zoom simultaneous interpretation. So this would be more of a full participation experience for those that are in Zoom or in the dedicated language rooms. One of the drawbacks to this is that the registrants would be harder for the clerk to identify if they're participating from a satellite or a language room because they will not be listed by name in Zoom. So here's an example of how this one would work. You can see that we have the original audio with consecutive interpretation. The audio channel or conference call could have simultaneous. A satellite location would be able to accept testimony, but only audio. And a language room could do a full video testimony from that, as well as that room could listen into either the conference call or the audio channel selected for that room. So here's sort of an overview of the three different options as to what each one offers. Do you guys have any questions? Either about these options or the feature that Zach spoke of earlier.
I just want to make a comment, and Sarah, you can comment here as well. When we talk about satellite rooms, those would be rooms that would be supported by city staff and formally supported satellite locations, formal city supported satellite locations. We have what some people call watch parties or engagement parties, participation parties, whatever you want to call it, where out in the community, we had an example in Safe Streets, Madison, where some teenagers at the Goodman Community Center gathered there, and someone at the community center helped them. I mean, I think Renee helped them get registered and help them with the process. But they used one device there, and it was an informal gathering, if you will, an informal watch party, participation party, engagement party, whatever you want to call it. And that would not be one of these satellite rooms. So, Sarah, am I summarizing that well enough for what we discussed?
Yes and no. I think actually, in my mind, a satellite room could be that. I think that the more formality piece of that is actually the language access rooms, because that is where there is more need for assistance, probably with registration, as well as making sure that the interpreters are there. If the satellite rooms are called watch party rooms, and you have this in place, when they're doing their testimony and they're coming up to or using the laptop, you're not going to see them, their video anyway, because of how we already do our meetings. So I think that would be just fine if you wanted to call it a watch party and you do it that way.
Yeah. With the distinction being in fully virtual, we have these happening in our virtual meetings today. And
exactly.
on the matrix that you just took down, Tanya, it says satellite rooms are not available if we just went all virtual. But I think they would be somewhat available. We just wouldn't have the language rooms available. Would that be right, Sarah?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, great. Alder Miadzi, go ahead.
Actually, you just answered my question, but also too, this is going to be recorded, just in case I wanted to put it on my blog for residents that weren't able to show up, of course, right?
Yeah, they would be recorded the way that they are typically recorded. It's just would be recorded in English. Would that be correct?
Sorry, ironically, the IT director's audio is not working on her machine, so I'm using my phone. I keep forgetting to turn it on and off. I apologize. Yes, Alderman. Yes, it would be recorded just as the Transportation Commission meetings are, and it would be in English.
Thank you.
Oh, great. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. I wanted to make sure I'm following this right. So in all cases, when someone presents a testimonial in a language other than English, the only interpretation for us as a commission is consecutive?
That's my understanding from what I've heard, correct?
Well, could I have someone else?
Yes, Sarah and Zach and Tanya, can you say that's affirmative?
Yes. Yep. That
And
is
so, okay.
what I'm suggesting.
And that would require the person presenting a testimonial to sort of break their testimony into smaller chunks in order to be interpreted?
It's no different than it currently is in meetings. I know you guys don't get a lot of that. We do have a fair number of testimony in other languages at like the Alcohol License Review Committee. And so they usually do a couple of sentences and then the interpreter interprets that and then they come back.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Okay. If I can just add, Chris, we wouldn't have at the TPPB public hearing, the whole staff presentation there was a lot of consecutive translation. This Zoom translation that they're talking about now would preclude us from having to do that. So it would just be if we had someone testifying to us in a different language, then we would have the consecutive. Am I correct about that, Zach and Tanya and Sarah?
Trying to give Sarah the opportunity if she wants.
Go right ahead, Tanya. You spoke to it, so I'd like you to continue.
Yeah.
Yes, if there is a presentation to the commission in English, you will not be hearing any of the other languages, assuming that we are using either a interpretation channel in Zoom or a simultaneous interpretation
conference phone call.
Great. Thank you. Harold, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. One question in line with what Aldemiate was asking about recording. So there is going to be the recording. I wonder if there's consideration for producing a transcription of the public hearing. I'm thinking that has possibly multiple benefits. I think it might help with some of the translation issues, not at that point, but for both commissioners, for the public, for the Common Council, then being able to later review that. I know we don't commonly do that. I know other cities do it partly to have accessibility for people with hearing issues at that time, but I think there might be real value in having a transcript of the hearing being produced.
Can anybody comment on that possibility?
Sure. Transcription is something that IT frequently sends videos to DCR to get transcription done, and translation as well. And so then it is, Rebecca takes that to their language access plan, and we don't really have control over that or how they do it or when it comes back. But that is something that we have done in the past and could do.
Thank you.
Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I have multiple questions. The first is with the folks who would be testifying in their first language, and I understand the consecutive translation. And I'm just wondering, in the processes where there are folks who primary languages other than English, how they respond to that, because giving testimony, if you're not used to doing it, is really nerve-wracking, and even for those of us that are used to doing it, it takes gumption and prep, but then you kind of get in a flow. And so this kind of herky-jerky, if I do a sentence or two and then I stop, just what are you observing, or what do you hear from the public about their experience of that? And is there a way to do, where they can actually be able to speak freely and not have to speak in chunks?
Rebecca, you want to handle that one?
I will do my best, and then I had a question as well. So consecutive interpretation is really ideal for conversations where there's like natural pauses. One person talks, another person responds. Simultaneous, and we just met with our interpreter providers last week, is generally going to be more accurate in relaying the vocabulary and intent that a speaker is using. So it's really preferred. It's also easier for a listener to comprehend simultaneous interpretation versus in any language getting it a few sentences at a time. So that's my response. And then my question for the IT folks is, I think I'm not quite understanding why, if there's a interpreter in the room, why that person wouldn't be able to provide simultaneous other language to English through the laptop that's present in the room. So maybe you all could help me understand that piece.
And Denise, we'll get to the rest of your questions in a second.
Yeah, Rebecca's question is perfect because it was my question was the prelude to hers. And then I do have additional ones.
Okay.
I want to make sure that I understand what you're asking, Rebecca. So if you're asking if someone that is in the room giving consecutive, if they could also then be giving simultaneous.
Rebecca, did we lose you, Rebecca? I see people moving, so I'm not frozen. So there you are. Okay. Is she understanding your question correctly, Rebecca?
I'm so sorry. My internet just cut out at the wrong time, and I just rejoined Zoom. So Tanya, I missed your comment.
I just want to make sure that I understand your question correctly. So you're saying that a person giving consecutive interpretation in the room, could they also give simultaneous interpretation through Zoom?
No, so I'm misunderstanding. Understanding was that in a room where, let's say it's Spanish, the interpreter is doing simultaneous English to Spanish for the presentation. Mm-hmm. So my question is why, when someone who is Spanish speaking in that room is giving a comment, why the same interpreter would not be able to give Spanish to English simultaneous interpretation?
Oh, Spanish to English in the room?
Right. So if I'm the interpreter, the person commenting may be standing next to me speaking Spanish, and I'm simultaneously interpreting through the laptop provided.
Okay. So sorry, I just want to make sure I get it right. So in the simultaneous Zoom feature, the interpreter gets to select which language they're going into. So if they need to switch to provide simultaneous in English, they can do that. They would just switch to English. The trick there then becomes their voice can only be heard in the English language channel. It doesn't go back to the original audio. So anyone that cannot select an audio channel, like those watching streaming broadcast, the recording, or phone-in people, would not hear that interpreter's English.
Let me interrupt for a second.
They would just hear the Spanish and then silence.
So, Rebecca, are you talking about someone who's testifying, trying to testify from a language room to TC?
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because my understanding was those, if somebody's testifying to TC in a language other than English, it would only be consecutive translation. And Rebecca, are you asking why it couldn't be simultaneous? Is that the question? That's the question, Tanya.
So if you have two voices coming from the same room, Zoom will pick whichever one is louder, and it will filter out the others. So that's why if my children were to come into the room now, whichever of us is closest to the microphone, that's the voice you would hear, and the others would be suppressed. So if you have two voices coming from the same room, the technology will not allow both of them to come through, and we would not be able to control which one comes through.
So it sounds like it might be possible, Rebecca, depending on where how they were situated near the microphone is what I'm hearing.
Or if a headset maybe is made available to the interpreter.
Yeah. So this sounds like a detail. Why don't you take this offline, Rebecca, and work with Tanya offline on it? But great comment, because it sounds like it might be possible depending on, although my dog seems to cut through no matter what room she's in and people hear her, no matter how many doors are closed. Why don't you take that offline? And that sounds like something good to follow up on. Denise, go ahead with the rest of your questions.
Sure. So I just want to keep this point for one more moment. So if it's technically possible, and Rebecca, I appreciate your explanation of the benefits of consecutive, I can really see the benefit of simultaneous for the person giving testimony, so they're not doing a herky-jerky thing. I mean, we really want these folks who are giving testimony to be able to do their very best job. So if we can find a way, if it's technically possible to do the simultaneous translation from their first language back to English for us, then I'd like to see that happen, because I can't imagine personally, and I give testimony a lot, doing a little short bit, pausing, doing a little short bit, pausing. I think it would break my train of thought, and I'm really comfortable in the testimony space. So I can't imagine that for somebody that's not as comfortable. Then the other questions that I have, both comment and questions, and I'm asking these now because they are technology related. I continue to be completely mystified why we don't have why we don't have captioning running during any of our meetings. And I think it would be particularly important for this one, for any of the electronic or the Zoom platform stuff, because we have folks who are elders and may have hearing loss, or other folks who read the captioning, and it's completely missing from city communications that are virtual, and it's very concerning to me. And then, can that happen if we have, virtual options for the public hearing? And then my other question is, will there be sign language interpretation where that will be in the bubble that can be pinned so folks can have access to ASL interpretation as well? So the closed captioning issue and the ASL issue are the two I want to put on the table.
Sarah, you have your hand up. Is that an answer to some of her questions? Can't hear you.
I could certainly answer those questions. And then I also had a comment. I do want to say with what Rebecca is recommending, and I do like that idea. It is one that we had talked about. It's going to have to be very vetted out, because we are concerned that there might be some technical issues with that would actually frustrate residents more than assist. So we just want to make sure with that one that we're doing that well. To the other questions, for closed captioning, Zoom does offer it. The issues that we have seen with Zoom is that it doesn't always do its translation so well. So it doesn't recognize older well. It doesn't recognize other words so well. There is also a resolution that we are not allowed to use automated translation services. So that does come into play with this. So we may have to look at that as well and see what we can do with that. And yes, we can certainly have a ASL sign language. So we will work with DCR on that. We would be happy to make sure that is in place.
Okay, so yes to the sign language, and you'd have to look into it in terms of closed captioning.
Yes.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, and I don't, and I'm not going to promise, because that is a resolution that it will get through. And be lifted by them.
Then what about having a live captioner? Because I agree, the automated generation of stuff in Zoom can be problematic. But we, in my agency, we use live captioning services through Pi pretty regularly, especially when we're doing something that has words in it that might get completely, botched up by an automated, process. So, and would that meet the qualifications of the resolution?
I think it would not be captured, though. It'd only be available in Zoom, and it wouldn't be captured in that stream broadcasting or the recording. And in fact, those services would need to be organized through by Rebecca and our DCR offering.
And Rebecca's hand is up.
So, yes, we can provide live captioning or CART services. And when we met with our interpretation providers, they mentioned that the captioning does also increase the quality of the translation into other languages. So it may be beneficial on multiple fronts.
Okay. Oh, all great questions. Other questions before we move on? And so on the matrix, I just want to go back and summarize on the matrix that we have on the second to the last page. Sarah, you indicated that it would be possible for us to use satellite rooms for the virtual option, just not language rooms. Is that correct? Okay. All right. So that just gives us a little bit more options to think about as we get into that discussion. So other questions on a lot of great information, a lot of great questions and good discussion. Other comments with regard to what we saw from IT. Justin?
Yeah, I was hoping Sarah or Tanya or Zach can just comment a little bit on the process for a public registrant to access any of, basically the three different options here. I know that one of the problems or concerns that we had the last spring was that the registration page was in English only. And so just wondering if you can talk a little bit about that process, because I want to be cognizant of the complexity of, how many clicks do you have to do to get into a meeting, and making sure we understand that.
Sure, I can talk about it. I don't know, Justin. We've had about 4 days to talk about this, and so we really haven't had a time to think about it. I think this is something where we would work with DCR and have to figure out how we would do that.
So one of the things in terms of actually getting registered for the meeting, we hope that by starting a month ahead of time and actually noticing the meeting that far ahead of time, that will give people more time and allow for any issues to be dealt with if since everything's in English, to get it translated, or Mick, you've been talking about a lot of different things that we could do relative to that. Justin, are you also talking about then how to actually get into the meeting as opposed to just the registration? Because there's two pieces, right? How do you get registered? How do you figure out how to get registered for the meeting? And then once it rolls around to the public hearing, how do you get into the meeting?
Yeah, I think both, just the general complexity, I think we should just be cognizant of, both for us as staff trying to execute these things, but then also for public commenters trying to get into the system and provide that comment. I think if we can do a lot of things, but if it's very difficult for them to access it, through all the prompts, it's still going to be tough. So.
Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
I agree with Justin. I do think that the registration process is, it's a bit much. Unfortunately, we had to literally take a paper process and try to turn that into a online process and capture everything that was expected of us per the ordinances. So I definitely think what we can do is work with civil rights and work with Metro, and we can figure this out for this. I do believe that if the agenda is posted a month beforehand, as DCR has recommended, that might assist with some of this. And we're going to have to look at this and try to figure out what else we can do.
Well, that's our goal, to get out ahead of it, Sarah, to try and help with all of these things. So hopefully that's going to be helpful. Okay. Other comments or questions? And we may, if you all can stay with us as we start talking about in-person versus virtual versus hybrid, there may be some questions that come up for the IT folks as we talk about that. So as we try and decide what we think would allow us to be as equitable, inclusive, accessible as we can be, what do we think about the advantages and disadvantages of in-person? I mean, I have my own opinions, but I'm as chair, I can talk, but only after all the rest of you have. So I always wait my turn. So let's talk about the different options. And one of the decision points, so language access plan, one of the questions was allowing public watch or participation parties. That's not really, now we've now learned that we can have them in either virtual or hybrid. So encouraging them, but thinking about the language rooms, I think, is what we should really be focusing on. Because those we can only have in the hybrid situation, not in the virtual situation. And do we want to think about having more than one public hearing in two different formats? So that I'm going to start the ball rolling and ask what your thoughts are. Chris, go ahead.
I have some thoughts, but I think just a larger question is, are we really just choosing the method and then that's what's going to happen? Because there's obviously resources that need to go into these that we aren't wrapping our head around. So what is the process here?
So let me just, in answer to that, so if it's a hybrid meeting, it has to be held in in the council chambers. So the room has to be available. We would need training. We haven't ever held a hybrid meeting before, so we'd have to figure all of that out. There would be additional staff that would be required for a hybrid meeting. There needs to be, obviously the IT staff has to be available, and there has to be additional staff because people can come and register there in person. And if Aiden's helping run the meeting, there needs to be somebody else there to help get people registered. So you're right. Those are some of the additional things that we need to think about. And of course, with an in-person meeting, the room would have to be available. We would need to probably have additional staff to, I've heard from the clerk's office that you need more than one person in a fully in-person meeting as well to help people get registered and all of those kinds of things as well. So yes, those are all things that we need to be thinking about.
Okay, thanks. Then not to oversimplify things, but it seems like virtual is an obvious front runner. In person, we haven't had an in-person meeting yet. And I know folks here have expressed concerns about having an in-person meeting. Hybrid has some advantages in terms of letting people attend in person, but also sounds like it has lots of opportunities for problems and takes a lot of resources. So I don't see that the benefits of that option are that great. So I think I might be missing some things because it's a lot to take in, but that's where I'm at right now.
Okay. Darren, go ahead.
Thanks. I was thinking through all of this and I was just going back to how could people access it? One of the struggles that I have with in-person is, if we went to the full in-person, people need to travel to downtown. So, that is easy for some, a monumental challenge for others. And so, I really like the idea if we can work with neighborhood partners to get watch parties around. I think that can really help, particularly those who might have technology issues about logging on. If they can go to someplace locally to watch and participate, I think that solves a lot of those issues and opens it up. As we talk about, some people just aren't comfortable traveling into a city building or, a government building. And so someplace that's safe for them and comfortable for them, I think makes a difference and easy to access. If it's 5 or 10 minutes from your house versus it's going to take me, 45 minutes versus on bus, it becomes a whole different decision like that. So.
Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm wondering, can I ask, so we're talking about the public hearing and we're really trying to get that right, get it inclusive and all of that. But am I right in assuming that in addition to the public hearing, Metro is still also going to do all kinds of outreach to get us additional information, or are we past that stage? I mean, I know we did a lot of it for the first stage of the network redesign and with the shortcomings that people have pointed out. But I guess I'm just trying to figure out, because I mean, we have just talked about who do we hear from, who do we not hear from? I mean, at most we'll probably have like 100 people we hear from, or maybe 200. It really is super big at the hearing, but that's obviously a very small proportion of people. So I just want to understand that piece.
Yeah, Justin, I lost count of how many emails you accumulated for the TPPB hearing. So your outreach plan, you want to talk about that, please?
Yeah. So for those of you who didn't follow closely the TPPB process in the spring, we conducted about over 50 separate meetings, including going to people, like several of the commenters mentioned, I think we collected over 3,000 comments. And so our plan at this point is for this phase to primarily be the public hearing. But next spring, as we go towards an implementation, we would have a very robust public outreach process where we're in the process of bringing in what we'll call ambassadors, where they're going out into the community, they're meeting people on the bus, at the transfer points, wherever else, coaching them and teaching them, how to use the new system, where to go to, or how to make their trip in the future, going through trip planners, things like that. And so that is definitely in our plan. It's very challenging until we have detailed schedules, to have those conversations with people, and we can't have the detailed schedules until we get this approval done. And bus stop locations and things like that. So I guess short answer to your question, this phase, we don't plan to have a bunch of public meetings. It's primarily around the public hearing to get this phase done. But
let me just clarify that, Justin. You all plan to do a lot of outreach about the public hearing and getting the equity analysis and the information that we will be looking at during the public hearing, and then we'll be making recommendations to the council on at the next meeting. You will be doing a lot of outreach to let people know about it and to get people to participate. And if they can't come to the public hearing, you will gather their feedback in whatever format they can give it to you, whether they call you up on the phone or send you an email, et cetera. Would that be right?
Yes. Yeah. So we certainly will promote the meeting and the public hearing itself. We just don't plan to have another series of 50 meetings at this phase in the process. But again, in the spring, we'll have a very robust set of meetings and going out to the community. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful. And I think one takeaway from me that is, if this is the case, then having an only in-person meeting does not seem like an acceptable way of doing it. We do need to provide a way for people to come to participate in public hearing without having to go downtown, as Darren has said. I mean, if it's a long hearing, there won't even be buses running anymore.
Yeah. Well, and we have to remember, I'm just going to remind everybody, it has to be accessible for the members too. Those of us who, would want to take a bus, like you said, Harold, getting home on the bus at night. Sorry, guys, it's tough for some of us in certain parts of the city when it's late. So it has to be accessible for us as well. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. Yeah, just as an aside, as a person with vision loss, I won't travel by myself at night. So, yeah, just to set that boundary really clear. Justin, question about the materials distribution of the equity analysis, because I really want folks to have access to the information so that they can process it in advance of the public hearing. I don't know how long the equity report is, if it's a many page document, that's going to be off-putting. So even if it is translated, so, are there going to be kind of like equity analysis cliff notes, for lack of a better, kind of a summary, or, just really thinking about the diversity of ways that information is communicated. Maybe it's some presentations for folks, because not everybody has the time to, or wants to, or can manage a lengthy document. And then the last piece of that is just also making sure that the document not only is available in multiple languages, but also making sure that it truly is screen reader accessible, because PDFs are so problematic. And I'm imagining that this is going to be a PDF.
Yeah, great points. Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, so again, we hope to have the complete document in a month or so, maybe a bit more in advance of the public hearing, and be distributing that. The translated version we'll have to take some time to do that translation, but it's our goal to make sure that the translated version is available at least 2 weeks in advance of the meeting. We also had the discussion around kind of the executive summary because the document will be required to have a whole lot of information that maybe isn't of relevance to everyone reading it, but is required by the federal process. And so, yeah, I do think that we will plan to do an executive summary version that's a bit more accessible to people, that can just pick it up in a couple pages and understand what it's saying.
Yeah, that's a great idea. That is I think we talked about that at our meeting on the 2nd. I think for translation, Rebecca pointed out, or Christy pointed out, I forget who, but you've all made a great point. Not everybody can read a really long report. Not everybody would read a really long report, but people might be much more willing and able to read an executive summary. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to Harold's question about outreaching and engagement for the public hearing. From a language access perspective, I think the planning of how people join the meeting and how the public is engaged really need to be kind of intentional and integrated with each other, so that we can invite specific communities to join in the way that's being made available to them, and not further confuse the way that people register or the way that people join by simply translating documents from English to other languages when it might be more nuanced for a particular language group. So I'd really like to see the engagement plan and the language access plan develop simultaneously.
Yeah. And there's, that's one of the things that there's a lot of details that's going to have to go on outside of this meeting. And, a lot of staff time has already been devoted and will be devoted to this. So we appreciate that very much. Because what I'm hearing from people is fully in-person meeting appears to be fairly well off the table. Is that anybody disagree with that? Okay, seeing no hands. So virtual can be done 2 ways. Obviously, we could be fully virtual like we are tonight, or we could be hybrid. Hybrid means there would need to be a presence in the city county building, room 201. So there's an in-person component to that. And there are also some downsides and some staffing considerations there. One benefit or additional option, as I understand it, and IT folks, correct me if I'm wrong, is the language rooms would only be able to be used in the hybrid option. The satellite rooms, Sarah said, we could use those fully virtual. The idea of the neighborhood watch parties, those would all be available, but these special language rooms would only be available in the hybrid option. Am I correct about that? Tanya, Sarah, somebody?
Sorry, I got blipped for a second too. Rebecca, you're not the only one having problems. So if we go by the definitions that we've been using of virtual being everything is virtual, and in person being everything in person, and anything that is other than that is a hybrid. Even having these watch parties would be hybrid.
No, I'm gonna stop you there, Tanya.
Okay.
Sarah and I have talked about this online. We're having those happen all the time now in our meetings.
Right. Yes. Yeah. But if you are going to have people at that it's a sanctioned room that we would be providing city staff to, then that would be absolutely hybrid.
Well, Sarah, I thought I heard you say that satellite rooms could be in virtual, just not language rooms. Am I wrong?
Yeah. Tanya, I think that there's a distinction here that because we're so black and white technical in our perspective of this, we're missing this here. What traffic engineering did, what Renee did, was she had a watch party at Goodman Community Center, and students came to the community center and they sat around the laptop and they all registered. And then when it was their turn to come and speak, they would sit in front of the computer and they would testify. That, in my mind, is virtual. It's just a group of people coming together to have that, to speak using one device. But they each registered.
Mm-hmm.
So in my mind, that doesn't seem hybrid in the same way that we have been defining hybrid. Feel free to argue with me on that. I have no problem with that. Disagree with me on that. That's what makes a good conversation. So if you see that different, Tanya, go right ahead.
Yeah. And I just want to hop in before you comment, Tanya, that things like that are happening. You know, we have people who sign up from one home, you know, and use the same device and testify in front. They each registered, but they're sharing devices. So it's a different way of looking at virtual, and we don't consider that to be hybrid. And it's just a way for us to, it's just a way for us to be more accessible to everybody, to allow people, as Darren was saying, to allow people to be at the Goodman Community Center, or, you know, someplace over on Northport, or, you know, closer to their house with people that they know, somebody who can help them get on the computer because maybe they're not that comfortable doing it. And, you know, it allows us to reach more people. So, Sarah, that's what we talked about during that meeting on the 2nd as just a really great way to leverage that virtual meeting.
Yep. We wouldn't be able to provide support for them or guarantee what their experience is.
We absolutely understand that, Tanya. We absolutely understand that. Yep.
Yeah. But we love that they have grown and figured out how to make sure that this works for them. That's wonderful.
Yep.
Yeah. So, question is, virtual or hybrid? I'm going to tell you all, I'm a little afraid of hybrid because we haven't done it before. And, you know, it's a little bit, it's more costly from a resources standpoint, but it's more from a standpoint of it's not something that we've done before. You know, the council members have, but we have not. Bridget, go ahead.
Yeah, my thoughts are, and I certainly understand the hesitancy, but I really think it's key that we do have a hybrid process or a hybrid hearing. I think we have to give the opportunity for folks to attend in person. And I know transportation can be tough, but so can technology. And, you know, for some people, attending in person is going to be the preferred option and the best option, maybe even the only option. So I think, you know, it can be done. If I can do it, anybody can do it. You know, you just have to do some dry runs and work on it. But this is just such an important topic, and it affects so many people in some really fundamental ways that I really feel strongly that the hybrid option is the way to go. Thanks.
Darren.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, just in thinking through it, I would have to disagree. I think this is too important from what people are expecting, and we have a comfort level with the way this is functioning now, and I just see it as sort of just rolling it forward as we have in the virtual space, and utilizing community partners to get satellite viewing parties for people.
Okay, so we have some specific questions. I'm just going to read them off to you, and then let's see if we can get to some answers. So language access plan, and we've already talked about that, and that's going to really depend on which choice we make. So I think that's going to be fine. Encouraging public watch parties. And I'm going to add, do we want to have a language room? But that's very tied into the hybrid, because we have to be hybrid in order to have a language room. So it sounds like we're off of more than one public hearing. Can we cross that one off? Are we on just one public hearing? Anybody think we should have more than one public hearing? Harold?
Just a question. The point of more than one public hearing would be to have more than one format. Is that correct?
That's right. Originally, there was some discussion about maybe having fully in person and maybe fully virtual. And I think people are leaning away from the fully in person. So I'm guessing that most folks will say, let's just go with one. But I want to make sure we consider all the options.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah.
Does anybody think we should have more than one? Okay, so we got that one answered. And then public hearings on dates other than regularly scheduled TC meetings. If we go with hybrid and we can't have it on November 9th or whatever date, if I'm assuming it would be November 9th because that's a TC meeting. Are people willing to go for it if we have to go on a different date? Anybody not willing to consider a date other than a TC schedule date? Okay, so we're all right with that. And then I'm sort of cheating because I'm going to wait till we come back to the really, really big one. So what will happen at the public hearing? At the TPPB public hearing, we just had a staff presentation and public testimony. We did not allow any discussion or deliberation at that meeting. And it's mostly done from a time consideration because we assume it's going to be a fairly long hearing. I will say, in response to what happened to you, Alder Miadzi, at that hearing, that I worked with the city attorney's office. And if we decide that we're just going to be staff presentation and public testimony only for that night, that the way that non-TC member alders can have their say is to register to speak, which sounds weird, I know, because normally alders can talk at any meeting. They could certainly ask questions of any registrant. They would certainly be happy, be able to participate in that, but we wouldn't have any discussion phase at that meeting. So if they had something they wanted to say at the hearing, they could register to speak like anybody else. And remember, our special rules say everybody gets 5 minutes. Unless they need to be translated, then they get 10 minutes. But we're not 3 minutes, we're 5 minutes for public hearings at TC. So Alder, I thought that through and found a way, working with the city attorney's office, that we can hear from everybody at a public hearing if we choose not to have any discussion. Because if we start with discussion, we could be there for an inordinate, a really long period of time, but it's up to us to decide that. So, Harold?
Yeah, I think I'm strongly in favor of separating the hearing from the discussion. I mean, partly for, yes, it might be really long, but we've had those before. But I think this also gives us an opportunity to process what we hear at the public hearing and to put it into relation with all the other pieces of information, then come back and have a meaningful discussion.
Okay. And this way we can hear from everybody who might want to come. Alder, you'd have to help me get the word out in the right way so that alders understand, because this is just different from what I think they might be used to, but we would want them to come and talk if they are so inclined. So you'd have to help me figure out how best to do that, if that's what we decide. Other thoughts? Does anybody think that we should have staff presentation, public testimony, and discussion at that same evening? Okay, so we got that. So now we're back to virtual versus hybrid. And I think you know me well enough that if hybrid is what we decide, I'll do my best to figure it out. And being the chair, I think I'd have to talk to the mayor because she does it all the time at the council meeting, and it doesn't look easy balancing. Think about it. People raising their hand. If some of you attend virtually and some of you attend in person, then I have to figure out who's raised their hand first. And if some registrants are in the room, some registrants are virtual. So it's just new. We would all have to figure it out, and we may have to have some rehearsal. We may have to have a rehearsal or something like that in addition to training. So I'm just throwing that out there, that we would have a little bit of a learning curve. Not that we couldn't figure it out. So I think we're down to the big one: hybrid, virtual versus hybrid. And I think the watch parties, the participation parties, I kind of like engagement parties myself, because that's kind of fun. But those could happen in either of those scenarios. So we can reach out into the community, and encourage people. Hey, if you want to, have a few folks in your neighborhood community center or Alder, if there's someplace over, on the north side where people want to gather and do that, then, that's certainly a type of outreach that we could have in either of these formats. So who's going to get us on the road to making this decision? Anybody willing to? I think we should have a motion and a vote on hybrid, virtual versus hybrid. I truly do, because I think this is the most important thing that we're going to decide tonight. Harold?
Then to move us along, I'll make a motion to choose a virtual format.
Okay. So there's a motion to hold the public hearing in virtual format. Is there a second? Alder Miadzi? Is that a second?
Yeah, well, you say virtually, that means, so the hybrid would be out of, what about people that won't be able to attend? Yeah, we can just have it virtually.
Well, that's what we're deciding. Is it virtual or hybrid? Okay. And Harold's motion was that we be 100% virtual, allowing these satellite parties, if you will, the watch parties where people could gather together in person and testify using one device at a community center, for example.
Yeah, I'm in favor of it. I'm seconding it. Sorry about that.
All right. No problem. I just want to make sure we're all clear. So we have a motion and a second to hold the public hearing virtually. Now, discussion. Carl, did you want to speak to your motion?
I mean, I can keep it brief because we've talked about a lot of things. I mean, I don't feel super strongly about it. I think we could, if we really wanted to, make the hybrid happen, partly because it's the public hearing and not something like a council meeting where a US chair would have to balance like the people on the council or the commission with the public and all of that. So that I think increases complexity, but still, I mean, it does sound more complex. To me, it sounds like there's more things that could go wrong. And so I think what Darren said, like, we have this virtual thing now figured out. And with the engagement party piece, I think we're capturing the many ways that people are able to participate. So I think virtual seems fine to me.
Okay, other discussion. Alder Miadzi, your hand's up. Did you want to comment?
I'm sorry. There's no way of us having it both like I'm just, to me, for some odd reason, I'm struggling with the fact that people should be able to have, both options rather than just one.
What? I'm sorry, what do you mean by both options? You mean an option to come in person?
Yes.
Okay, then you should, then that would be hybrid, and you should vote no to the fully virtual option. Okay, because what the motion is that we're going to have one public hearing and we would hold it fully virtual, with the exception of these satellite parties where a few people could gather together in places around the community, but we would not have a transportation commission in person in the virtual. So if you prefer hybrid, then you should vote no on this motion. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Sure. Denise, go ahead.
So the wondering I'm thinking about places in this town where people have poor connectivity, either for a variety of reasons, affordability, and so what would be the guarantee that there would be watch parties set up in more, for folks that are going to be more likely to struggle, and I'm even thinking some of our senior communities with the technology, so, we can suggest that people do a watch party, if they don't know it's a thing, and if they don't know how to set it up. So it feels like, the watch party thing, I like it a lot as a way to not have to do the hybrid, but I am concerned that that we would have to do some outreach to really make sure the watch party things actually happened and not just aren't a good idea and are set up by those who already know how to make the technology work in their favor. So, for that reason, I'm kind of leaning towards the hybrid because it would guarantee, some access if there wasn't a hybrid option or a watch party option in their area. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm getting tired, but I do continue to have concerns for folks that don't have good technology skills and or don't have good access to Wi-Fi.
Sure. Mick, do you want to just comment a little bit about the outreach relative to watch parties, engagement parties? Because you're right, we wouldn't be. Sarah sounded like we could set some up with city support, but the main goal, Denise, would be to reach out to the community and have them do it. Mick, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, it would. I don't have anyone offhand that has volunteered to do that, so we'd need suggestions from people on who to contact to reach out for that, and it just wouldn't be a guarantee that people would do it. So we would need a lot of help suggesting and pointing us in the right direction on how to get that done. So we would do initial outreach, do just our news release, our text messages, that kind of thing. And we would put flyers out. We could do announcements on buses, but we would need a head start. There's only a month to, get all this done. So we would need a lot of help to set those up and would appreciate the help.
Yeah. Sarah has her hand up too. So I'm going to let her comment.
Thanks. I do want to clarify that it would not be IT staff that would be assisting with that. So, that is resources for Metro, and that should be noted.
Right. No, we totally understand that. That IT would not be able to go out to all of these places. So it would be connecting with those community groups that in order to make it happen, Denise. So that would be, in my mind, that would be the primary outreach for the public hearing. I mean, in addition to the normal outreach that you do, Mick, in terms of translations and getting the word out and letting people know about it, helping people register, and then helping, maybe putting together a kit of information or something for, how do you do a participation or an engagement party or something like that. So I don't know. Other thoughts, Mick, before we move on? Did that help, Denise? Other thoughts, Mick?
No other thoughts. Just it'll take a bit of effort to make those happen.
Yeah, for sure. Sarah, did you have another comment? Nope. Put her hand down.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see who's next. Alderman Yazzie, go ahead.
I'm sorry, it was already talked about.
Oh, okay, great. Robbie, you're next then.
Yes, since several people have a concern about the virtual, I would like to move a substitute motion, which would be to do a hybrid. And if I can get a second, I'll speak to that.
Is there a...
I'll second that since I'm next in the queue.
Okay, all right. So there's a second on that. So, Steve, are you on? I'm getting kind of tired here.
So let me just, since this has come up before.
Sure.
Process is that a substitute motion, you vote on it. If it fails, you go back to the original motion. And this now becomes the main motion that we're going to discuss and vote on. If it fails, we go back to the original, which would be the virtual only. So right now, this is the motion that we're voting on.
Okay, I just want to, I'm no disrespect to you at all. I just want to make sure, Steve, did you have anything else to add to that?
Well, not necessarily. What Ms. Weber outlined is correct, that the substitute is an amendment, but if it fails, you back to the main motion.
Okay.
That's correct. So, I mean, the other side of the argument is that if you want the other alternative, vote this down and then have another motion made. But this could work as well.
Okay.
It's not an amendment, it's a substitute.
Well, it's a substitute amendment.
Fine. So if I can just speak to this.
Okay, it's 10 after 9. So what we're saying, this is going to become our motion if it passes. And so go ahead and speak to your motion.
I am proposing, since several people have concerns about doing a virtual only and feel that there is enough concern about people not being able to log on to the meeting, whether it's in a group or individually, that we have an option for people to come in person to testify. That's what a hybrid would be. That would be my understanding. If I am incorrect, somebody can correct me.
No, you're correct. Yep.
Okay.
It would have to be 201 City County Building, the council chambers. We would have an in-person. Yes.
And I think that would allow people, even though they would have to travel downtown, would allow people who have trouble logging on to come to a location and testify. And I think this is an important enough topic that we should give them that opportunity.
Okay. I'm just going to go in order unless, Justin, you have something that needs to come out of order.
Yeah, if it's okay, I just want one point of clarification on a hybrid meeting, especially as it comes to language access. And again, IT folks, please either correct me if I'm wrong. If we're talking about a hybrid meeting for everyone, I think it's an important distinction for all of you to consider. Are we also talking hybrid options for all the different languages? So in which case, if we're going to offer English speakers the option to either come in person or online, are we also going to offer the same option in person or online in each of the different languages? In which case it very quickly becomes quite unwieldy to have 3 or 4 different language rooms plus 3 or 4 different Zoom and or teleconference lines, all operating simultaneously. So Tanya, I don't know if I just want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly.
Yeah. So you are correct that it becomes unwieldy pretty fast. But yes, we would be able to have those language rooms so that there would be an option for someone who speaks Spanish to come in person to a hybrid enabled room for Spanish. Yes.
So, but the language rooms are let's see.
Not in a hybrid.
The language rooms, that's right.
in a hybrid situation, we do have a very few, and we would want to talk to the county to see if we could use some of their rooms as well that they have outfitted. We would be able to have those smaller rooms have a complete connection with Zoom and have video testimony from those rooms.
Okay, so it was in person where it was watch only, and
correct.
With hybrid, there could be testimony, but those rooms would be downtown.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, Chris, you're next.
Thanks. So here's how I'm coming to interpret what hybrid would look like. Basically what we're talking about doing is offering a room for people to come in person in any language. So that would be a handful of rooms. So that is a logistical lift. I don't feel especially comfortable making the decision whether, I feel like that's a decision for IT and the city, if that's something that can be done and can be done well. However, and I'm also concerned about some of us being in person and some of us being virtual. I think that would be completely unmanageable. If we are all going to be virtual, us as a commission, and there are just rooms for people to go in person.
It can't happen. My understanding, Chris, is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tanya or Sarah or somebody, my understanding from reading all the decks about hybrid is that the chair has to be in the in-person room, correct?
Okay, then I will, and if that's the case, I will vote no on this.
Am I right about that?
Yes, Chair Kovich, yes, that is correct. The chair needs to be in person to manage both the in-room queue as well as the virtual queue, because there will be participants both in the room in person or in one of the language rooms as well as virtually.
I know this is giving me a headache. Sorry. I'll just bring, if we go this way, I'll just bring my big bottle of Tylenol with me. Alder Miyadzi, is that all you had, Chris? Okay. Alder Miyadzi, go ahead.
I guess call the question.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, let's do a roll call vote on this, please.
Charles Miyadzi.
Oh, and let me just clarify. The substitute motion is for one hybrid meeting, which would be in person in City County Building Room 201. So obviously the room would have to be available. So that is what we're voting on. So vote yes for hybrid, vote no if you prefer all virtual. Go for it, Aiden.
Thanks. Charles Miyadzi.
Aye.
Chris McCahill.
No.
Denise Jeffs.
Oh boy. No.
Robbie Weber.
Aye.
Patricia Bennett.
No.
Bridget Brown.
Yes.
Harold Clemes.
Abstain.
Darren Wozniewski.
No.
That's 3 ayes, 4 noes, and 1 abstain.
So the motion fails. So we are back to motion on virtual. Correct me if I'm wrong, Robbie, but we're back to the original main motion. Okay, so I guess we're going to go back. Is there additional discussion with regard to the main motion? Alder, your hand is up. Is that for discussion or?
Well, I'm sorry, I left it up. But, it's funny is that when we talk about really reaching people that don't have the accessibility that catch the bus that we need to really talk about and talk about these really convoluted issues, some of these people might not have the access. That's why we're talking to them in person so that they'll be able to see and talk and hear from them and hear passionately why they want what they want. So to actually sit back at home and have a virtual meeting, this kind of disturbs me that what are we really talking about? We just got done talking about equity. So we're providing a space that people can come and talk so we don't have to sit in the comfort in our own homes and ignore them. So I'm really opposed that we have actually voted down something. And let me be quite clear. When I spoke before the TPB board, the reason why I'm glad, Chair, that you went ahead and made sure that you spoke to everybody and to have some clarification on this. But I was not allowed to speak after an alder got done speaking for about 3-4 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't think that was handled quite the right way, Alder.
So the reason why I'm so thankful that you've made sure that this is going to be handled the right way. But when we talk about equity, we really have to be sincere about what are we really asking for and who are we trying to reach and how are we going to try to reach them. So I'm disturbed that actually we just voted down a way that people can come and hear versus sitting back at home, which some people don't have the access to do that. Thank you.
So other discussion. I would just like to say, Alder, that it is my hope if indeed the commission votes to go all virtual, we also talked about encouraging these engagement parties and that we would then ask that all of the commission members help Mick and Justin and the folks at Metro get the word out about these watch parties, these engagement parties. So, Alder, if they don't have access in their home, that they could have a place where they could go to the Goodman Community Center. I keep coming back to that because that was one example where they could use the equipment there and gather with the people there and talk to us from that location. So that was my hope, that we would do outreach in a different manner. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I am really struggling with this because that access issue is just, is so important. Is there a way to tap the NRTs to help organize these access parties or watch parties? Because I continue to just feel
Tarek,
really
are you there? I see Tarek's on. Go ahead.
Denise, can you say a little bit more about what you're thinking, or was that?
I don't know. I feel like the NRTs are they're such important entities, and I appreciate the work that's done with them. Is there a way to utilize that network to organize these quote unquote watch parties? Because I voted for the virtual option, but I'm just really struggling about, does the person who doesn't have internet be able to join the meeting? Can they, go someplace? And Justin has been, I think, set a clear boundary that the ability to get these things set up and outreach them is going to be tough. Can the NRTs help organize these neighborhood watch parties so people can have a place to go if they need help logging in or they don't have good internet access?
I think they can inform, and I think that they have created a foundation, a platform that can be utilized. I don't know that staff from NRTs themselves would be the ones. So it's not a no. I can talk a little bit about how I would see it working. But I think the reality is it takes time and effort to do this stuff right, and I think that's the hard part, and kind of this sad part. Like it's, it's not an easy add-on, and if we're going to organize watch parties, which makes, in my mind, sense, and I wouldn't call them watch parties, I'd call them participation parties or something, or engagement parties, because I don't, just a few things. But,
right.
In terms
engagement parties, I like that.
But what I would do is I would think about what it is that we want, how we want to publicize this, like what's the hook, because there's not an automatic hook. but like, what's the hook? What's relevant and of interest to people? And I would start to promote it with basically the question to community partners and saying, this is what we're doing. We need community-based organizations to host these sessions, and kind of basically create a little bit of a guidelines about what it would take to do it, and invite and ask their participation and do some specific, not just with an email. That's, I think, where we get stuck sometimes. It would be coming up with a list of organizations we'd want to reach out to, and we'd have to pick up the phone, and we would call the Goodmans, and we'd call the Warner Park Community Recreation Center, and we'd call different organizations and say, this is what we need to do, and can we have your help? And I think what'll happen then is they'll say, is it worth our time? And is it worth the time of the residents that we connect with? And we should have some solid answers about why it would be worth their time. And then we try to get as many of those going as possible. And I think that the way the NRTs come into it is that the NRTs can help inform who those partners are to reach out to. There are some pre-existing relationships that I think Metro can work with, but I don't think that we would be the ones taking it. I think it's still Metro going to be doing it with the different community or the city agencies that can partner with it on. So I'm there to help, but the NRTs wouldn't take it over.
No, but I think that's a critical piece, is to identify those community partners where one could be held. And, I think whether we did virtual or hybrid, the same problem exists, because if we did hybrid, we would just have one physical location down at the city county building in room 201, and not everybody can get there. So I think the idea of these engagement parties, participation parties, is an issue in whether we choose virtual or hybrid. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify that, even though I am fairly confident hybrid is the way to go, I don't think it's an easy choice, and it's not because I don't want people to have the opportunity to weigh in. I think a hybrid model is one way to create space for people to attend the meeting physically by putting rooms downtown that people can go to. That in itself is not enough, so we do need community outreach regardless. And so I think it's important that we do have that community outreach, watch parties or whatever. And I don't think that trying to accommodate people by introducing this unknown factor of Anne trying to run a meeting from a room for the first time, with probably most of us being virtual. I'd be there if we decided to do that. I would love to go back in person, but I just think it's going to be a mess. And for such an important meeting, I would really hate to introduce that. So I want to see people have the opportunity to attend this meeting in person. And I don't think that having it run hybrid by the city is necessarily going to accomplish that.
Thanks, Chris. Bridget?
Yeah, so just a question. Is there a public participation plan or a public involvement plan drafted or sketched out yet?
Justin and Mick, you want to handle that?
We've been talking about it, and we've been talking with civil rights about it. I don't have something that I could send you right now, but we've been discussing it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if maybe the best way to try to cover all of our bases and make sure that we make every effort to be as inclusive as possible and give appropriate opportunities for input is to start with something in writing that we can collaboratively work on and get input on. And I fully would think there might be a role for commissioners in helping with this, if they choose to do so, helping to get the word out, participating in practice meetings, etc. I think it's worth the investment to get it right and to not just to do the exercise of appearing to try to meet the needs of as many folks as possible, but to actually put in the work to do it. So that would be my suggestion is, let's start with a written plan.
Well, I think that's what you're working on, isn't it, Mick?
Yes. Yep. I mean, we're starting. I don't have anything written down yet, but I mean, we've been having these conversations all week.
Yeah, right. But I think we need to decide which direction we're headed before, they can keep working on that plan. Justin, go ahead.
Yeah, that's basically what I was just going to say. A big part of this plan will be what is the format of the meetings, and that's why we're asking for feedback here.
Right. Okay, so we have the main motion on the table to be all virtual, understanding that in concert with it, although it wasn't part of the motion, that our plan that we talked about, whether it's virtual or hybrid, is to encourage public engagement parties working with our community partners. So that is understood in either of the options, that is the direction that we would, the TC wants to go. And, people are willing to help with that. Where people have connections, like with AARP, right? And other places within the community. So, other discussion. Are we ready to try a vote again on the main motion, which was to hold the hybrid, hold the hearing in a virtual format? So a yes is yes to virtual. A no would be supporting the hybrid. So let's see if we can get anything different from where we were the last time. We have one. I'm just checking to see who else still with us. 1, 2. So we have 9 here. So we need 5 to pass the motion. So Aiden, go ahead. Let's do a roll call.
Charles Miazzi.
No.
Chris McCahill. Sorry,
Chris?
could you repeat it?
Oh, aye.
Denise Chess.
Yes.
Robbie Weber.
Aye.
Patricia Bennett.
Aye.
Bridget Brown.
No.
Harold Kleems.
Aye.
And Darren Wozniewski.
Aye.
So it's 6 ayes and 2 noes.
Okay, so we've recommended a virtual hearing, but the big caveat is that we really want to encourage the public engagement parties in a coordinated effort, working with our community partners. And Mick and Justin, is it too much to ask that when you come to us to request actually formally request the public hearing, that you have an outline of this public engagement that you're planning, that you could bring to us so that we can see that at the same time?
Yep, we'll put that together.
Okay, Bridget, so that'll give us something to look at when you come to formally request that the public hearing be set. So then, Alder, that's going to hopefully address some of your concerns about how are we going to reach the people. Justin, go ahead.
Sorry, not to drag the meeting out even longer, but just hoping to. So we still have. I think we've narrowed down, and thank you all for that. I think there is still one open-ended thing, and that is how we will do the translation during the virtual meeting. Will we do so via teleconference line or the Zoom translation? And so I don't know if the commission wants to weigh in on that, or if staff wants to just talk it over internally and make that decision. But
I would recommend that we defer to the Department of Civil Rights and the language access experts about how best to do that. How do people feel about that? I'm seeing people nod their heads. So Christy, I think we're going to defer to you on that. I see Mick's hands up. So Christy, go ahead, and then Mick, you're next.
Thanks, Ann. I was just going to suggest that we meet, we'll just have follow-up Department of Civil Rights, follows up with IT, and then we'll also get our interpreters that do this every day. We'll loop them in as well. And then we will send you all our Department of Civil Rights proposal that we would suggest by way of language access.
Okay, and how about if we have, so we'll have the outline of the outreach plan when the public hearing is set, and we'll also have the language access plan. How is that? I mean,
so Metro will have the language access plan and the public engagement plan that will be in Metro's shop. I'm just suggesting a meeting that we have offline about the nuances of the simultaneous and the consecutive and all of those pieces, and we can give you all our suggestion by way of that.
Okay. I mean, Mick, does that make sense, so that when you ask for the public hearing, you can tell us what you and DCR have decided with regard to language access? And so an outline of the language access and an outline of the outreach plan. Go ahead, Mick.
Yeah, that makes sense. I would just say we tried the lines, the phone lines at the TPPB meeting, and that didn't work out really well. So if we could do it on Zoom, the biggest thing I can think of is that we couldn't really tell when we were on the line if anyone was joining us or not. So I think if we were on Zoom, we'd be able to see if people were there. So
yeah, I mean, it's a great option. I didn't realize that option would be available from IT, so that's really nice to have that additional option available. So that way, when they come to request a public hearing, we'll hear more about language access and we'll hear more about outreach. Does that sound good to everybody? And hopefully that will address some of the concerns that people have expressed this evening. Okay. All right. Thank you all so much. That's a lot. And Robbie, thanks for the help with the substitute. I'm just a little tired from balancing all of this. We will move on to, I'm saving this for the next time. Okay, so next we have report from Chris. We talked about the August 15th meeting where we talked, you want to talk about, that was an important meeting.
Yeah, it was important. I think for not that long. There was just two updates, one on Complete Green Streets and one on the TDM program. So.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people attended or watched the meeting, hopefully, because of both those things. So any comments or questions for Chris on those? Okay, announcements. I just want to remind everybody, there's speaking of Complete Green Streets, you should have all received an invitation, and I think Aiden sent a reminder out maybe just today. The Greater Madison MPO and the Capital Area Regional Planning Commission are offering a lunch and learn tomorrow from noon to 1. So definitely something that is of interest. And I was happy to see that Robbie, Pat, and Darren had their terms extended at the council meeting on September 6th. So yay. I'm happy to see that. So that's all I had, unless anybody else has any announcements. Okay, future agenda items. It's saved in Legistar. We have it tentatively on there, the request to hold the public hearing for the network redesign, and we'll add the, I'll add in my notes the outline for the language access and the public outreach along with that. And the annual review of the Metro Transit Safety Plan. Justin forwarded a memo from Crystal Martin that really addressed what we needed to see. So I don't believe we need to really bring that to the commission unless people felt that that was worthwhile. Okay. Anybody have any other future agenda items that you wanted to add? Okay, and I just remind you to send me feedback on the examples of equity and engagement if you have any. And if not, I need a motion to adjourn. We're all starting to yawn. And thanks so much. We accomplished a lot. Harold?
Move adjournment.
Darren, is that a second?
That's a second.
Thanks so much, everybody. Appreciate it.